Here we go. Hi, Nova. Hello. Oh, that's joyous. They changed something that bothered me beforehand.
Does it bother you less now?
Yeah, it does.
Good.
Which is like a good thing. It was in regard to how the I'm gonna put this over here. That's fine. It was in regard to how oh nope, it's they didn't change it. I hate it.
Big sad.
It's in regard to like the live show thing, and I can't make it smaller, and it blocks some of like the tools versus editor mode. It's kind of complicated. So should probably have up my
Thank you for the likes, friends, especially Pomegranate. You're always on it. Sun God, we don't even know what your preference or opinion is, so how could you have offended us? But if you want to talk about it, request up.
let's see if they want to come up. I invited them.
I answered the question. I'm about to just get up out of here. I'm 24. If you need to know that, whatever. But yeah, I'm transphobic, and yeah, I don't care about people's opinions. So that's the answer to your question. So, is there anything else you need?
Well, that's the problem.
Why are you transphobic?
Because I am. It's my opinion. How I feel. See, the thing is, the difference between me and a lot of people is I don't care how you feel about that. A lot of times I feel like when people hear phobic, they think that they have to sit up there and, oh, I have to agree because if not, I'm gonna be looked at as, I don't care. That's how I feel. Like I don't really like your type of people. It's mentally ill, in my opinion.
Oh. Whoa. They're not mentally ill.
Okay. Well, that's what you say.
No,
I'm not
it's
here to
not what I
That's
argue.
what
say.
science
It's what all
says.
medical organization.
Well, hey, that's how you feel. I mean, I can care less. That's the thing. I don't do the back and forth. Man. I don't do the gaslighting on my end. I'm just being honest. So if you're looking for a debate with that, it's not gonna work with me.
Well, I mean, if you're presupposing things that like they're mentally ill, that's just not supported by the data, and that's why no
Okay. Well,
major medical organization
that's
agrees with
cool.
that.
That's cool.
um, and it causes. I mean, unless if you're just gonna not be empathetic,
Yeah, I don't care.
transphobia.
I don't
Oh,
care.
okay. So why should we care about you and what you think
I
if you
don't
don't
give a
care
fuck
about
if you care
anybody?
about me. I don't care if you care. You the one who asked. You invited me up. I can care less.
So why should your parents care for you then?
And then hey, that's them. See how you see
That's a
how you see how the
great, like,
argument you see how
logical
the argument
consistency here.
debating gaslighting don't work with me. You can do it with the other people that come on this panel. It don't work with me.
Well,
I
it just
mean,
collapses your worldview into like
I guess if
complete
that's what you
like
say. If
it's
that
just
makes you
absurd.
sleep better.
It's
If
just
that makes you
absurd.
sleep better.
if you like, there are different reasons we have these discussions. One of them is to just like have the conversations with people like you to know, so that like other people can see as
No,
well.
you want
Like,
to have
people,
conversations and try to
can I
steer
finish,
people in your
please?
own
Thank
way.
you. We aren't trying to make people agree with us. We're trying to have discussion about it. And in your case, we were able to show everybody what people who are transphobic can act like sometimes, and how they can interact, and what they believe and how they think and feel. So it's a good example, if nothing else. But yeah, we
Yes.
also
You
have a
get your
couple people in
examples.
requests if you want to move on.
Did you get your whatever you want? Because again, it don't work with me.
Yeah, I would just say that it's crazy that you don't think
Yeah,
that you
shut
should
the
care
fuck
about
up.
other
Whatever.
people.
I'm out. Whatever. I'm out.
Oh, I didn't
I
have to
would
drop
try
him.
to,
I
right?
didn't.
I
He
would
dropped
try to
himself.
avoid the word crazy if we can. Um, Absurd stuff like that definitely
Yeah. Well,
is
yeah.
less ableist, but I feel you.
Hi, Ethan. Could I get your age and pronouns?
I'm gonna fucking rape you, you fucking.
Yep. Bye.
Okay.
Good. Ye shall know
Well,
them by their fruits.
indeed.
Um.
Let's do a report, and then if you want me to block him after, I can.
No, we don't have to block them.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi. Could I get your age and pronouns, please?
Sure, I'm 54, and my pronouns are rich white male.
Well, that's not pronouns. Those are that's a
Well,
noun,
that's how I
an
identify, but I
adjective.
agree with the prompt.
Oh, so you agree that transphobia is the problem, not trans people?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and I hope that other guy that just said that gets reported and gets in big trouble. I like trans people, and I've dated trans people, and I think this whole phobia is outrageous, and it's not based on anything other than fear, or some of it might be religious elements tied to it, but I don't get it at all. I've found the trans people, most of them that I've met and interacted with, nothing but genuine, kind people, and I don't like the hate, and I don't like all of this. And I voted for Trump too. You probably won't like that. And one of the things that I don't like that he's doing is this, keep trans out of sports and do this in bathrooms. I think that's all baloney. I just don't like any of it, and I don't know why people have such a I was going to say hard on, but I don't know why people have such a problem with the trans community. There's not a high number of trans people, and what trans people are asking for is more than fair and reasonable, in my opinion. I think it's ridiculous, and I don't get it.
I guess only question I have for you, because the only like contradictory things I heard, because all of that lines up with where we're at, right? But we also like want to respect cis people and the pronouns that they use, and we can't know if you're cis or trans until you tell
I
us
get
what your
it.
pronouns are.
I get it. I
So
just I don't like this whole pronoun thing. That's one thing. Maybe I'm crazy on that. I'm a he, him, his, her, his, he, him, I guess. I'm a
him
male.
is,
And
yeah.
so, I don't know. The whole pronoun thing pisses me off. And maybe it shouldn't, but whatever. If that's the most I got to worry about, it's a good day. So I was kind of twisting with you at the beginning. But I agree with all of the other points. I don't know if you have any questions for me, but.
I can't think of anything. I mean, the big thing about pronouns is that we use them to better understand people, and it's seen as a thing of respect that we do. Because if I don't want to always just, like, especially in something like over just voice, it's really easy to, especially if there's a trans person, to misgender them. If we
I
don't
understand.
ask.
I understand. And I think misgendering people on purpose is repugnant and a horrible thing. But let's have that discussion though. So if you're talking to me, how would you misgender me? Unless you're talking to another. If you brought someone else up and said, well, he said this, she said that. But if you're talking directly with me, how would you misgender me?
Um, I'm trying to think that it is possible. I mean, yeah, it would just be the he said she said properly.
Right, right. I get that. And I think people that I've heard people on lives and I've seen it. I'm older than most people on TikTok, probably, maybe not the oldest, but I've seen it when I was younger. People will purposely misgender people to screw with them or be mean. I think that's totally wrong. But if someone does it by accident or it's
do
a
it on
slip of the
accident
tongue, that's different. I don't know if I've ever done it, but yeah, so I agree. I don't know what can be done to try to mitigate or preclude this transphobia or minimize it, because it's like fucking people get wound up. In the elections, I live in a state that there's not a lot of political ads, but when I was traveling, there was a lot of political ads about this whole trans woman in sports, and I think that was a big issue. I don't think it should have been a big issue.
Like yeah, I agree that it shouldn't be a big issue, but people have made it an issue because of them seeing others as lesser, or trying to remove access to what would otherwise be totally acceptable for other people to get access to.
Yeah, and the whole bathroom thing. A lot of the bathrooms that I go into now, not a lot, but there's a higher proportionate share, and it's increasing every day, are whatchamacallit, non-gender, what do they call it? Like in Whole Foods, and I was just in Whole Foods at Bryant Park. You walk in there, and it's men, women, children. Yeah, neutral gender bathroom. Everyone goes into the same one. Who gives a shit? It's just too. It's like, I don't get it. It's like
I agree.
yeah, a couple of my neighbors are always pissing and moaning over this fucking fence down the by the beach. Like, oh, that's in this, and it's like there's bigger fish to fry. There's bigger issues, and I think you should just let people be who they want to be. And I fully support the trans community in this. I don't know. I think it's fucking bullshit. I don't get it. Sorry. Thanks for letting me say that. I was kind of rambling on and not being very articulate, but
No, that's all right.
Conservative win? What? No.
Right? At least in this one specific area. But yeah, the things that we can be doing as well, because I know you said that you don't know. I don't know if you live in the US or not.
yes.
But the things that you can be doing is being aware of the legislation that's being passed against trans people, so that we're losing our health care and such. You can call your representatives about these types of things. And even if you don't know what to say, there are even scripts online that will show you what to say, that I've even found really helpful being autistic. And then just advocating in spaces where you can for, especially newer spaces. It's actually cheaper to make one larger gender neutral restroom with floor to ceiling stall doors that don't have cracks in them. And it actually has lower rates of assault in gender neutral restrooms, because the accountability is a lot higher when there's more people in and out all the time. So those are kind of a couple of the things that we can be doing. Hi, Christy. Sorry.
I'll take a more proactive approach from a political perspective. Now, how are you losing your health care? I haven't heard about that. Are they not recognizing a trans marriage or a...
No, so this would be more directly related to our healthcare. Over 2024, we had over 500, close to 600 anti-trans legislation, which I'll get into specifically more what that is in a second. Over 500 of these bills entered in, and a lot of them passed across the country. And then this year, we've had over 400. So we're climbing at a similar rate, exactly. And so these bills include taking gender affirming care away from minors and adults, depending on the state and stuff like that. Everything from HRT to being able to use the correct restrooms, to being legislated out of sports that align with not only our gender, but also like what our physical being is after being on HRT for a period of time, yes, Christy, adults. I've lost access to my health care in my state, through my state, and I'm 24. So you can bitch and moan. Sorry, I'm talking to a commentator real quick. You can bitch and moan all you want to, Christy, but it is definitely happening to adults. And then there is also the issue with kids in schools. A lot of times, if they don't have safe parents, and they do feel safe with a certain teacher or whatever in school, it used to be so that these kids could tell their teachers who they are, if they're trans, if they're queer in another way. And then the teachers would have to keep it to themselves and not out them to the rest of their family, which would keep the kids safe. And now a lot of states have laws that require teachers to tell the child's parents as soon as they hear about something like that, which puts a lot of trans kids in danger as well. I mean, even in like therapy, it's become illegal for us to talk about being trans in therapy, which is absurd. Yeah, so we are losing a lot of access to healthcare across this country right now.
It's fucking ridiculous that you can't talk about it and that? I never heard that. That's not right.
Well, I really appreciate you coming up.
All right, thanks for having me.
All
right, thanks
so
for
yeah,
having me.
but you have a good rest of your day, sir.
Have a nice day. You too. Bye.
Yippee! Time for Christy.
Hey.
Hey.
So what you're saying is not true. Did you have Medicaid?
No,
I do have Medicaid,
Well,
but that's not the only.
Yes,
That
that's
that
the
wasn't
only
what they were talking
insurance.
about.
Well, Medicaid is the only insurance that will not pay for gender affirming care, which is fantastic because Medicaid doesn't pay for a lot of things like getting a root canal or cancer treatments or hysterectomies for women that need it. So
You have to bring this up because I actually could get a hysterectomy covered on Medicaid. So I don't know where that inconsistency is coming through. I don't know if it's a state thing or what, but
it's actually not by state. It's by the reason why you need to get a hysterectomy. So, for example, if you have something, if you have like a prone or genetic mutation to get reproductive cancers, and you want to do preventative care. So, say your mother had uterine cancer, your grandmother, your great grandma, whatever. You can't get your uterus removed. You can't get a hysterectomy for preventative care. There's a lot of things that women cannot get covered. Breast reconstruction, things like that. So that's you're actually on par to other people that can't get special services from Medicaid.
well, a lot of times, and we're not talking preventative care when we're talking about gender affirming care, right? We're talking about care that is actively going to save these people's lives. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about the self-harm and self-unaliving rate that we deal with when we don't have access to this care.
Right.
So it's not preventative; it's care that's actually saving our literal lives in the moment. And if you compare it, that's the symmetry breaker there for you. If you compare it to other not preventative but life-saving care,
Okay,
Medicaid covers all other life-saving care.
You don't think that cancer treatment is a life-saving care?
I do, and I believe Medicaid would cover as much as they can of it. At
They
least.
don't.
I mean,
Medicaid-
I don't go into all that, but I mean, honestly, just to be clear as well, I think that we should have universal health care where it's not like you just get the health care you need for free. Everybody does, no matter what, whether it's preventative or not. If it's healthcare, it's healthcare. You should have access to it. So I don't love by any stretch the capitalistic mess that we're in here in the U.S., especially if it's not able to cover certain life-saving treatments.
It's not even like a capitalistic mess. It's a late stage capitalistic mess. That's
At this
the problem.
point.
Yeah, like capitalism by itself can work out if it's well, like monitored and we actually have laws about things. But if you just let it run unfettered, it will result in like the severe inequalities of wealth that we see today.
Sorry, I just saw a comment that said you sound vaccinated.
Yes, regularly vaccinate to boost my autism.
I just gotta make sure that I got the whatever sounds like I'm vaccinated. I gotta make sure I keep sounding vaccinated. That's why I do.
Oh,
Oh, Christy,
Christy.
where'd you go? We were waiting on you. You were teacups, and we were waiting. So we didn't
I
kick
think
you.
they
I
might have.
promise.
I think they might have. Oh no, they didn't request backup. I can send them an invite though.
Okay. I promise you we were waiting on you.
I'm gonna bring up Pomegranate and then Ambassador Past, I think. If
Okay.
Christy doesn't.
Oh, hello.
Hello,
Hello, Fran.
Fran.
Hello. Nice to see you guys. Hopefully you guys are having a good day so far.
Yeah, it's going.
Pretty alright.
Some of these comments are insane.
Yeah, it's been wild so far today. Hi, Ambassador. Can I get your age and pronouns?
Yeah, 18, he, him.
Do you disagree with background that transphobia is the problem, not trans people?
I do, but I actually just wanted to talk about something that you guys were talking about earlier, and that's the capitalism, or capitalist part of it. And you say that late stage capitalism is genuinely the issue, and I agree. But you guys are just gloating about healthcare. I think, in my opinion, that the pharmaceutical companies and the whole surgical aspect and the gender affirming healthcare aspect is a form of late stage capitalism, because it's the pharmaceutical companies that convince all these trans people that they need monthly subscriptions
Okay, I'm
and
gonna interrupt
No,
for
no,
misinformation.
to make them think
No,
that
Because
they're
no, no,
themselves.
yeah, any gender we are gonna overspeak when we
Yeah.
misinformation. So trans people are
Oh,
trans,
Christy's back.
right? And we get the care that we need when we need it to help us, regardless of who's giving it to us and if they're making money based off of it or not. You could say the same thing about like knee surgeries. Do you think that the pharmaceutical companies and the surgeons convinced people that their knees were fucked so that they could make money, or do you think people's knees were
Well,
fucked and they needed them to get fixed?
I think, well, yeah, I mean, what's true is that you can socialize sexual ideologies in and out of culture. And I think that the pharmaceutical
Sexual
companies do that with
ideology?
transgenderism. Yeah,
N-
like homosexuality or transgenderism, those can be socialized in and out of existence.
Please call us trans people. I'll let the host choose when if and when Christy chimes in again. But yeah. Sorry, what was I saying to the dude? Oh yeah, we're transgender people. We are a group of people. At the very least, we are people. So saying transgenderism isn't it's dehumanizing and it's not accurate to what we go through. So
Sorry,
if you
I mean,
could switch
I know,
that
I know you
language, I'd
guys
really
are
appreciate it.
people.
Yeah.
I know you're people, and I know the experiences, but I'm talking about the ideology that makes more people become transgender. I'm not talking about the individual people.
There isn't one.
Yeah,
We just
I think there
are.
is one, actually. I think there is one. I mean, if we could argue that
If you want to give some
that like
evidence.
these things can be sexual, I mean, that can be phased in and out of existence. We can see this.
Well, trans people have always existed in different societies throughout time and all across this planet. So you can't really say that it's phased in and out of existence when they've always been here.
Well, there's always going to be at least a few, because of reasons, but I think that the numbers speak for themselves. Because in like from the 60s to the late 2000s, there are barely any. And you could attribute this to social reasons, or you could attribute it to the science just not being around at the time. But we see a disproportionately large amount of trans people now, and much less then. And there are social reasons for that. It's not all biological.
Keaton can talk about left-handedness a bit, because when we stopped demonizing left-handedness, a lot more people, quote unquote, became left-handed. But that's not actually what happened.
yeah.
Well, I've
So
heard that argument before.
well, yeah. So we used to just force people to use their right hand, and everybody was just right-handed, and we didn't think that left-handed people existed. And then when we stopped forcing people to use their right hand for writing, go figure, they all of a sudden popped up. It wasn't that these people didn't exist, it's just that we forced them not to exist.
Ambassador, can you mute when you're not speaking just so that we don't hear your background noise?
Just stirring coffee and namaste. Go on, please.
Um, let's see in my notes.
Can I jump back in really quick about what we were talking about before?
Mm-hmm.
So a couple of things, like I said, like cancer treatments are preventative care, life-saving care, and Medicaid does not cover a lot of that. In fact, the majority of it, you'd have to get private insurance to cover certain chemotherapies, radiation, things like that, targeted radiation. That's one. Two, the unaliving rates that you guys keep talking about, the number. Do you know what the numbers are for the unaliving rates?
Yeah, I'm aware that they're high. Are you aware what
They're
happens
very,
when?
very.
Are
They're
you
very,
aware?
very, very low.
You'd have to source that up, Christy, because we have sources for them. The attempted rate being over 50%.
No, not
You'd
you.
have to
You
source
didn't
that
say
up.
the attempted. A lot of people attempt, and a lot of people think about it. I'm talking about the actual unaliving rates. There's been about 320 people unalived. I think in the last, I don't know, I think it was 12 years. That was actually for himself unaliving. That's hardly
Oh, so
high
they
numbers.
just don't matter?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just
Oh.
making the claim that it's not. I didn't say that. I'm making a claim that it's not a large amount of people. 320 people globally over the course of a decade is not a large number of people.
Well, you do agree that we should be looking at what at least make these people feel better, correct?
Well, I mean, I think it depends on how and why. So how do we make people feel better, and why do we make them feel better?
By supporting
Is
them.
it medical
That's-
care is going to make them feel better? Therapy? Will therapy make them feel better?
It's not only that, but it's also just supporting them in your own family. There's been I have a study that shows that the mental health of transgender children who are supported in their identities are basically the rates of depression are almost identical to those of cisgender children.
Oh, so you're saying that kids have the same rate of depression across the board?
If
when you
they're
support
affirmed,
their-
is
yeah,
what
if they're
he said.
supported. The number one factor of being able to tell if somebody's going to attempt unaliving themselves is going to be if they're supported in their identity. That is the number one.
That's just gaslighting. You can't prove that
Well,
less people. Well, let me just finish. You can't prove
Sorry.
that. Yeah, no problem. You can't prove that. Sorry, there's a background noise. You can't prove that if you're supporting certain people for certain things that they're gonna not they won't unalive. Some people just break apart from their families and move on. So you'd have to prove numbers to show, does causation equal correlation in that situation?
And also, I want to mention if there's such a thing as negative affirming. For example, we don't tell schizophrenic people that their voices are real. That's a form of gender affirming care. that we
actually,
Don't relate it to
I mean,
schizophrenia.
medically
I'll let
affirming care.
Pomegranate go.
So
We don't
please,
do.
when you're talking, do you know how schizophrenia works or how we treat schizophrenia? Amber. Or sorry, Ambassador. Do you know how schizophrenia works or how we treat
Enlighten
it? Mom. So with
Enlighten me.
schizophrenia, we're not going to outright tell
Enlighten
them, no, this does not work or this is not real. Because if we do, that can cause a full-on mental breakdown and make it worse.
That's true. My uncle has paranoid schizophrenia. You're absolutely wrong.
Can I finish? Yeah, and I've dealt with someone with schizophrenia as well. Hold on.
You're wrong. I'm just saying you're wrong.
I'm already inclined to
There's
agree with
going to be
Christy.
different ways
not
we
just-
treat everyone, but this is from what I've seen and what other people I've talked to have also seen. We're not going to outright tell them they're wrong, especially if the schizophrenic episode is extremely bad. That can cause a big mental breakdown. Now, we will get them there, but we have to first calm them down. We're not going to make it worse by saying this is not real, because that's going to make their brain malfunction. They're seeing this, we're telling them it's not real, and the episode can get worse, depending on how bad the episode is. You can say I'm wrong. This is how people do treat this, though.
And
Okay.
it's not that Pomegranate is saying that you should affirm what they're seeing or not affirm what they're seeing. The goal is to not do either. You don't want to tell them that they're right, and you don't want to tell them that they're wrong when they're in this particular state.
That's just not true.
If they're in such a bad episode, no,
That's
you're
not-
not
I'm telling
immediately telling them that.
Right. I had my uncle who is paranoid schizophrenic who drinks so much water that he flushes the sodium out of his body once a month. Okay, he's extremely schizophrenic. Okay, with delusions and noises and thinking he's being chased. So, what we were all taught to do, and we go to medical professionals that have been dealing with this in Manhattan for the last 50 years, is yes, you calm them down and you immediately explain to them that this is not happening. This is not happening. You do not ever gracefully tell them, well, you might be
I never
hearing it
said
or
that.
whatever. I
Okay,
didn't say you did.
I'm also just gonna time out on this whole conversation because the whole reason we brought up and started talking about schizophrenia is because it was compared to having gender dysphoria, and that's not an accurate comparison. So we don't really need to be discussing this as a whole for the most part, and especially since not all of us are like educated, especially with sources behind us. I'd rather not spread misinformation or disinformation. And even if we disagree on this, like that doesn't have to do with the topic. So I just want to kind of like steer things back towards like the problem is transphobia, not trans people.
Okay. All right. So I'll just move past the schizophrenia part. I just didn't want like bad info going out there, but that's neither here nor there. So when we talk about care and healthcare, again, Medicaid is not obligated to pay for quote non-essential treatment. And I know you think that it's essential, but like I said, life-saving care would also include cancer treatments, and they also do not cover that. They don't even cover root canals. You have to they're going to cover your tooth getting pulled before you get a root canal. They don't want to pay for it. So my perspective is you guys should be all in the same playing field as us, whereas we won't get covered for, say, I don't have Medicaid. I'm just saying, like, we won't get covered to get like a root canal. We wouldn't get covered. You guys get covered to get your eggs frozen for fertility.
No, we do
preservation.
not. No, we do not. Absolutely.
covered for
That
that.
is a part of gender affirming care that really is not covered. I can tell you it would have been thousands of dollars for me out of pocket, no coverage by Medicaid at all, if I'd wanted to do that. But also, my question for you, Christy, because I don't necessarily disagree that we should all be on the same playing field, but I don't think the playing field that we're on is a good one for any of us. So do you think that Medicaid should cover things like chemotherapy?
Of course.
So
This is
then,
happens. Yeah, this is life saving. Yes, absolutely. But I don't think that they should be covering, like, for example, giving children puberty blockers. That's just no child should get puberty blockers unless
so
there's
let's say I was 7 or 8 years old and started going through puberty. You don't think that I should have puberty blockers so that I'm not going through puberty way ahead of all my peers and having a bunch of physical issues because of it?
Well, you didn't let me finish. Unless there's like a super medical reason. 8 years old is early, but it's not like a 2-year-old, right? My friend's daughter went through puberty. She got a period. She just turned 9, so that does happen on some occasions. Yes. Do I think you should have puberty blockers at 8? No.
Well,
At
let's
2
pick a
years
different
old?
number. 6.
6 is
Somewhere in
young
the middle.
Yeah, 6 is young to have a period. Children that are that young usually can't take care of themselves and clean themselves properly, and it can be, causing infections and urinary issues as well. So,
So when it comes to like affirming trans people and making sure that they don't have to go through the wrong puberty, which will later lead to them needing more surgeries, why would you not affirm it in that scenario, but you would for precocious puberty?
well, because do you think that kids understand gender at 9 years old and 10 years old to actively say that they want to withdraw from it?
Your gender is developed between the ages of 3 and 7. So yes, kids do understand who they are and who they aren't when it comes to gender. But puberty blockers are also just a pause on puberty. It's not something that's going to have permanent effects if that child takes the time that they need to on the puberty blockers and explores their gender and even were to realize, oh, I'm cisgender, I'm not actually trans. I'm glad I had the time to find out. They stop the puberty blockers and their puberty resumes like normal. So it's not going to hurt anyone to give them the time to explore and make sure before they were to decide which puberty they go through.
But you do understand that's completely untrue, right? Puberty blockers don't just stop puberty. It stops everything that comes along with going through puberty: bone development, brain development.
It's almost like they stop puberty.
It stops every single thing aside from getting, their gonads and their secondary sex characteristics. There's other things. It stunts their height. It stunts their brain development.
Yes,
There's a
because
lot
it
of
stops
things. That,
puberty, Christy. We know this. We understand
Also,
this.
I don't understand how this would cause an issue with brain development. They're still growing up, living in society. Like, they're gonna learn things still. It's not gonna stop them from like growing as a person. They're still gonna
that's
understand things. And also, the bone issues can be treated very, very easily with supplements while these children are taking the puberty blockers.
that's no. Your whole entire body changes during puberty,
Yes.
not
So
just your reproductive, just your
Wild.
reproductive anatomy getting mature.
yeah, so bone
Everything,
development
everything.
is gonna basically stagnate. You're gonna have about the same bone density. We see basically whenever people start taking puberty blockers that the bone density does not change. That would be expected is if we stop puberty from happening.
That's not true because we could see young girls that were taking medication for precocious puberty when they were in their late teens and early 20s. They were diagnosed with osteoporosis. So that's not true. That's just blatantly not true. I mean, that's well known and documented. That's why there's a hesitancy giving children puberty blockers for a precocious puberty because of osteoporosis.
You do realize that there are supplements that you can get from your doctor if you have osteoporosis naturally or through having taken puberty blockers or currently are taking them. It literally is just an issue of supplementation at that point.
That's wrong. You can't. It's like saying drink more milk, eat more, have more calcium. That's not true. That doesn't help when you have significant osteoporosis because you pause your
Well, now
body.
you're saying significant, and that's
I'll even
not
I'll
necessarily
even
always
say
the case. It depends on how long they've been on the puberty blockers and such.
I'll even say generalized osteoporosis. We won't even say significant. If they have osteoporosis at 19 years old or 18 or 20, that's directly related to puberty blockers. It's extremely rare for somebody to get osteoporosis that young. It's like it almost never happens. It's very, very, very rare. That's
So
from bone deterioration.
no, the
Here's
bones don't
one.
deteriorate. That's one thing I'll be clear about. They don't deteriorate. We see the bone density and the bone
Bone
mineral
density
densities.
deteriorates. Yes, it does.
No, it does not. I'll pull up a article if you
Okay,
a
I will
source
too.
if you'd like to.
It stagnates,
Bone
if I
density.
remember correctly.
Um,
Also, we can go to the topic once y'all pull this up and talk this out about like if a kid were to be really suicidal, if they were to have ideation frequently, if they were to attempt frequently, and it was only because of them going through the puberty that doesn't align with their gender, like, isn't a little osteoporosis still gonna extend their life by like multiple times? Because if I were to end my life at 15, I definitely would rather have osteoporosis and still live to be like 60, maybe even less. I'd still live multiple times more than if I were to successfully unalive myself.
I just
I
posted
think
my
that's
source
what's
in the
important.
comments. Medlineplus.gov, I think it is. I put it in the chat. It absolutely says that bone density deteriorates, especially in women during menopause. That's why we have to give them estrogen, and they take supplements to keep their bone density up. That's literally what happens during menopause. So you're wrong.
I'm trying to find where you posted it. Give me a second.
It's Medline. Let me give you. They said that my source was filtered. Hold on.
Yeah, if you have a PMID or something like that, that'd be pretty
It's
easy
not a
for us to look up.
PMID. It's Medline Plus. I could. Let me see if I can put it on my screen. Hold on. It's not allowing me to swipe to my green screen for some reason. It's just staying on my effects. But if you have a Discord, I could send it to you on Discord. Let me give you the title. Hold on.
Yeah, I was about to say I could just look at it too.
It's called Aging Changes in the Muscles, Bones, and Joints on Medline.gov. That's what happens during menopause. I don't understand how you guys don't know that. That's why they give us estrogen, to keep our bones and our body healthy.
Yeah, but there are still plenty of males that have a male hormone profile that's very low on estrogen, so that's not the only thing that can treat it, because our bone densities are fine with a male hormone profile too.
Well, we were talking about girls getting their periods for early precocious puberty. We weren't talking about males.
I mean, okay, but even those patients would still, and also keeping it towards trans people, young females growing up, even if they hit puberty at a normal time, who receive puberty blockers, again, at that point, sorry, I totally just lost my train of thought. I freaking love it when that happens. Oh yeah, at that point they'd be able to, if they are trans, they'd be able to go through a puberty that aligns with them, a male hormone puberty, and their bone density would not be, it would be affected by the puberty blockers. It would not be affected negatively when they have a male hormone profile after that.
What do you mean? You're saying that a girl that that goes on to taking testosterone won't have a negative effect on their body?
I'm saying that a trans man, trans boy at the time, if they are going through a puberty that is induced by a male hormone profile, they're not going to have their bones negatively affected by that, is what I'm saying.
That's not true. And there's no such thing as a male-induced puberty. You know what puberty actually does to the reproductive system, right?
Yes, but like I've okay.
So no, but my point is that no girl can go through a boy puberty, because a male puberty is amongst their body changing. It's the maturization of sperm.
That's not the only thing puberty is. I definitely think that you're honing in on one thing. When puberty involves differences in your skin, your muscles,
I'm aware. That's why I said blockers affects everything. But I'm not
talking about blockers right now. I'm talking about a male hormone profile causing
changing
a male
your
puberty.
your skin changing is part of puberty, yes. But the reason that your body goes through puberty is because you're
Sorry, I don't know if you got muted or muted yourself, but
sorry, no, I keep getting phone calls. It's your body becomes sexually mature.
yeah, and it's not just relate. Like, I don't want to be dwindled down to my reproductive system, right? Especially since I don't want to have kids in that way. And I did go through a puberty that was female, and I am going through currently a puberty that is male, because my hormone levels are not that of a female, and not even close at this point. So you can't tell me that, like, a female, which is what you were trying to say, even though you said girl or woman, you can't say that we can't go through a male puberty, because I'm going through one right now.
And I don't know what the source that I think I'm on the source that you gave us, but it just says nothing about, it just says that, like bones may become, more brittle or break easier, like later in life.
No, it's specifically also talking about menopause, and it says that your bone density, but the fact that your bones can break is basically saying that you're going to have bone density issues as you get older. That was my source. I was just trying to explain it to you.
So that says nothing
then
about puberty blockers.
Not at all about puberty blockers or young folks.
I wasn't pulling a claim up about puberty blockers. You were saying that osteoporosis doesn't cause bone density issues, and I said yes, it does, and I provided a source. We weren't talking about blockers at that point.
No, you said it lowers bone density, not that
Yes.
and that's what we were talking about, was that it doesn't necessarily lower it, but it will stagnate when you're on
No, it will
puberty
lower.
blockers.
No, it actively lowers bone density. That's what it does.
Well, we would definitely have to look at a source that talks specifically about puberty blockers in order to determine these things. Like, we can't just look at menopause and then apply it because it's not the same thing.
Okay,
So,
I can yeah, I'll
so
pull up a
Hannah
source.
Barnes in her book links to one by Carmichael et al. And it talks about basically the title is short-term outcomes of uh, pubertal suppression and selected cohort of 15 or 12 to 15-year-old young people with persistent gender dysphoria in the UK. And the general conclusion is that the overall changes look at they see the BMD stays the same, but compared to their peers who are going through puberty, the BMD looks like it's lesser, which is what we would expect if, go figure, puberty blockers block puberty. Because puberty, generally when you go through puberty, your bone mineral density does go up.
All right, I'm gonna have to get my computer to pull up the sources that I have. That says the opposite. So I'm gonna have
I'm
to.
just taking from Hannah Barnes' book, which if that's somebody I'm taking opposition from, I'm taking direct sources from opposition already. Who
Okay.
claims to say bad things.
Yeah, Hannah Barnes is on your side, Christy.
Oh well, I'm not familiar with Hannah Barnes, so I'd have to look and see who that person
I'm
actually
shocked.
is.
I'm surprised Pikachu faced at that.
I don't know who everybody is. I'm not gonna claim I do.
I mean, she only makes her book is what is her book even called?
Is she a doctor?
No, I can actually tell you what she is. So she wrote a book called "A Time to Think: The Inside Story of the Collapse of the Tavistock Gender Service for Children." She is. I think she worked at the clinic for a while. I can look
Okay.
her up.
Oh yes. I remember her now. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I've spent.
Remember. I'll take a
good
look,
amount of
but I
time
have
taking
to.
a look at into her book. So it's a horrible.
If you like, also tomorrow. I don't know if you guys. I don't know if you guys are going to be on tomorrow. I can. I'm off, and if you want to do a debate in the morning, and get my Discord server up with my sources, I could pull up as I'm speaking.
Yeah, I'll probably be going live tomorrow.
Are you free tomorrow morning, like around 10:30 a.m.? I don't know if you're Eastern time. What time zone are you in?
I'm in Colorado, so it's Mountain Standard. So 10.
Okay.
He's a couple
Eastern
hours
to-
behind us. I'm also EST, so it would be like 8:30 for Kate.
Is that too early?
8. So it'd be 8 a.m. So you said 10 a.m. Eastern.
10:30 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah. So that'd be 8:30 here. That's fine for me.
Okay, I'll put you guys. We'll do that tomorrow morning because I want to get my sources up. I'm actually on a skateboard going to work right now, so I don't.
Yeah, you're breaking up as well, so we're only catching about half of what you say. But yeah, we
All right.
can-
So tomorrow morning, 10:30 Eastern time. I'll bring Envy with me also, if that's okay with you guys. We'll do like a 2v3, us two and then you three.
I don't know how much I'll be able to be around, and it depends on how they act on the panel, I guess, because that'll determine whether or not they're cool to stay. But you're like, even though you disagree with us, you mute when other people are speaking. You like let us all get our points out and stuff. So as long as that's the case, and also being on Keaton's live as well, we will interrupt for misinformation, but we're also going to make sure that we have our sources up so that we can say this is why this is misinformation as well. But other than that, then probably.
I could do. We could do a co-host if you want. That way, you guys could be on your own panel. We could do like a 2v2 co-host. It'll look like a battle setup.
I've never.
That
done
way, you guys could be
before,
on your
but-
panel. It's easy. I could just link you, and then you could be on your panels, and we could be on ours, and you could have your support in yours, and we could have our support in ours.
That sounds like a fine thing to me. Not all day.
Okay.
I'm at
Well-
8:30. Give me. I'm putting in
Really
calendar so I don't
briefly.
forget it.
All right. So
Mod
just to be
Pro.
clear, we'll talk about we could do puberty blockers if you want to talk about blockers. If there's any other topics you want to discuss, we could say the titles or the name of them now so we can get our stuff together.
For me, I would just say that trans people are going to be a lot safer and a lot more likely to survive later on into our lives if we have the care and the affirmation that we need.
The affirmation leads
All right,
to
and
better
I'll
results.
gotcha. And then I'll go to counter that point. I'll say that trans people have a very poor life expectancy, and they have very high mortality rates.
Which actually supports my point because they're
I'll
not
use
often
that and I'll bring
affirmed
my
and
sources
cared
to prove
for.
that.
So yeah, we can definitely talk about that then.
All right, sounds good. All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, see you then. Have a good one.
Quick mod thing, there's almost 200 people in here. I know some people are leaving. If you like these discussions, even if you don't agree with us, tap that screen, share with your friends, transphobic or not. That's how we keep these lives going out and make sure that we can continue to have these discussions with people.
Sorry, I'm taking notes right now too, so that I don't forget what we're gonna talk about, so I can actually look at it.
Yeah, and if you wanna call later, we can talk about specific sources that we can have ready for those points as well.
Yeah. Where is my? I want to find. Not that. Arguments and
Hey
sources.
Palm, I hope you're doing well, and thanks for butting in earlier when people were like, I'm not gonna, it's like schizophrenia, I'm not gonna affirm your delusion, and it's like, dude, it is not the same thing.
Yes, I've had people bring that up on my panels before, and two great friends of mine are in psych, and they are professionals in psych, and they work with patients who have schizophrenia. My sister has bipolar schizophrenia, and
Yeah, my sister actually is bipolar as well and has had paranoid delusions before, so that's the only reason I know how to work with it.
yeah, it's called bipolar with schizophrenic. I forgot the last word. But with her, we don't say no, this isn't real, especially when she's having a manic attack on top of that, because that's gonna get it worse. And Christy actually confirmed what I said. You calm them down first, and then you let them know.
Like we can all agree that to them it's real to them.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's very real to them, and that's kind of the problem, is that it's very real to them, and that we need to, it's not in reality, but the way that we talk about it is that you don't want to say, like we do have to say that, it is real to them at the very least. It's not, even though it's not real in reality, it is a real thing to them, and we, it leads to bad situations if you say that no, you're not actually seeing what you think you see, because that's
Also, before I forget this real quick, the last thing Christy said before she left about how she was gonna counter that, my point that trans people are gonna live a lot longer and be a lot happier and safer if we get the care that we need, was that trans people have high mortality rates, low life expectancy. It's you realize that we don't live in an affirming society. So you're actually making my point for me. So I think a lot of the conversation tomorrow will probably be around even some stats that we both can agree on the sources for and all that good stuff, but just the reasons.
Oh.
Sorry, I had an alarm go off, but I think that's going to be the difference. So I think that'll be good to talk about.
What time is it tomorrow?
It's gonna be 8:30 Mountain Standard Time, so it would be an hour and a half before right now.
I'm Central.
Yeah. Okay, we're all in different time zones. Gotta love it.
I'm Central. I'll check to see if you guys are on when I'm up.
Okay. What time is it for you right now?
It's 10:55.
Okay, you're only an
so
hour
it'd
behind
be-
me, and so at 9:30 your time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 8:30 here, 10:30 Christy's time. Yeah.
Gotta love the time zones.
Okay, on to the next guest, if that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yippee. Hi, could I get your age and pronouns, please?
Yeah, I'm 32, but I do not give my pronouns, and I can explain why.
Well, I mean, it's just helpful for us to
I'm a
know.
man.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm a
so
man.
he, him? Would that
I'm a man.
Yeah.
I'll tell
okay.
you why I don't agree with it, and I respect you. You know, I'm just trying to give my opinion on this.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to give a perspective from somebody that comes from a different part of the world and has been here for about 20 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the problem is that the trans issue is disproportionately magnified in the discourse of all the things that are going on in the world, to a point where I find it selfish, because here it's all about individuality, right? And that kind of makes us forget about the rest of the world. Like, there's no flag for poverty. There's no flag for um, children that can't eat, right? So it is selfish for people who have a lot of rights to still kind of lack a sense of awareness in the place they exist, right?
Do you think that trans people are the ones making it all about us? Or do you think it's the Conservative Party trying to find an issue that they can run on and demonizing a small percent of the population?
Well, that's perfect, because I do not support the Republican Party, mostly don't support American politics. But what I feel is that this problem is magnified because it needs to exist as an extreme point of view for the left. The same way the illogical idea that guns don't kill children exists on the right. It is meant to keep us so divided so we ignore what's going on between the top and the bottom. And I think the lack of awareness in this issue is like taking their movement and co-opting it into something they're not even aware of.
Well, I would say that the same reasons that people are transphobic are generally going to be the same reasons why people don't understand that there's a huge inequality of wealth. I would say that the same underlying problems exist of people not looking at facts, not looking at the larger picture, and not
Sure, but
learning
it
about it.
also doesn't. I think the problem with that is that the movement is so forced to a point where like people can't avoid it. And by that I mean, like, if we think about pronouns, bathrooms, and sports, like, these are points to me that I truly think have lost the election for the Democrats, because they're so extreme that it pushed a lot of people away from the Democratic Party. There's a lot of people that are, you know,
Again, can you
just
like answer the
you can't.
question that I asked earlier about like, do you think that trans people are making themselves the center of attention and trying to draw attention to sports and bathrooms and pronouns? Or do you think it is the Republican Party that wants to run off of politicizing human beings?
I think it's trans people, because why is it the first thought that to you is normal that trans people should be using female bathrooms when they can have their own bathroom? Why is that the first instinct? Why is it the first instinct to
That's
mix them up
not.
in the same sport when they can have their own league? Like, this they want to be
That's
part of this, right?
segregation, bro.
That is not segregation. That would be segregation between men and women too, right? Men and women
Well,
don't play in the same sport.
yeah, that segregation already exists for medical science reasons. There are sports medicine doctors that determine who competes in women's sports and who competes in men's sports based off of if they have an advantage or not. So trans people in sports are only allowed to play in these sports if they've been on HRT for at least 2 years and they're checking their hormone levels, and their hormone levels coincide completely with that of their cis counterparts. And then they've lost all advantage that they had from being the opposite sex. And then the sports medicine doctors are like, okay, this is when they should be allowed to compete with their peers at this point, because their bodies, again, they lose all advantage that they would have.
So
So,
why
It's
all this
also
complication? I really don't believe that they lose all the advantage. That is just not realistic.
well,
They
there's
well,
might
that's
lose some.
science.
our
and-
sports aren't even equal to begin with. People have biological, advantages or
Right.
advantages.
Michael
So
Phelps.
like us adding, having people who are trans participate in sports that aren't already equal, like it's not adding any equality that doesn't already exist. So the point is moot. If you want equality in sports, then we got to do it universally.
So
And
you're saying all trans people and women should also be playing against men, right? They
well,
should
I
be
think
boxing
that
against men. They and there's this perfect analogy of this issue because if you were to bet on a trans man fighting a man, you wouldn't bet on a trans man. And I guarantee you, if you put all you own, you will not put that. No matter how much you care about trans rights, at the end of the day, I know you won't put up that gamble because you know deep down that there's biological differences in people that
At that point, I'm sorry, I'm on T. I have the ability to maintain and gain muscle at the same rate as my male counterparts.
Not
So,
just that.
and also, yeah, sorry, I'll finish up and
So
then
why
let
don't you play
Pomegranate
your own
go.
sport?
Hang
Why
on.
don't you start your own
Please,
league?
please mute while other people are speaking. I'm gonna finish and then Pomegranate's gonna go and then you can go, okay? Thank you. So, you also said why is it our first instinct, I think is how you worded it, to have trans women in women's restrooms, trans men in men's restrooms, and to have them competing in these sports and all this stuff. That's not like you'd have to ask trans people, which there are two of us up here, that you could ask how we feel and what our instinct is to actually know for the truth. Because my instinct is to have gender neutral bathrooms. My instinct is to listen to sports scientists. And my instinct is to respect people's pronouns, which you can't see. You have to ask to know. So that's if you want to ask us, we're here. Go ahead, Pom.
The thing you said with betting on a trans man and a man to fight, there's actually there is a trans man in boxing. He was one of the first, and he's actually a very well fighter and has won quite a few boxing matches. So I'll bet on the trans man because he has every right to do it, and he has the same. I wouldn't say advantage, same leveling point, because even within boxing, you have to have a certain weight class to even be able to fight your I know English, I swear. Opponent.
Do you know how to unmute, guest?
I'll invite them to unmute. Oh.
We're trying to help you out here.
All right,
there
my
we go.
bad. Oh, thank you for the help. Okay, I think on the boxing, to pick an outlier and use that as an example is cool. I can probably pull another 100 examples if we're to recreate that situation where it doesn't go that way. But in terms of like, the issue to me, it all goes back from the different perspective that I have. And I really think the people in this room haven't lived life enough. And you guys haven't lived in Africa. So you don't really know how privileged you are. And what you're fighting for is for the icing on the cake, because you can do most everything you want, except you want to force other people to also be part of your ideologies and the way you want the world to be, right? But this is the equivalent.
That's not right now.
Here's what I think. This is the equivalent of like forcing people to take cramps so disabled people on wheelchairs can feel better about themselves. If I have to use pronouns so that 1% of the population shouldn't be misidentified, now you're using 99% of the people to accommodate your lifestyle. That's just not fair. Don't you not see the illogical aspect of that?
Okay, so if you're corrected and you don't ask and you respect us, that's also fine. But we also want to respect you. So that's why we asked, is out of respect for you. I'm going to use they, them pronouns for you. If that makes you dysphoric, you can let me know what pronouns you use.
I'm
Because
I'm a man and I would use he, him. But the point I'm
he,
trying
him,
to make
okay.
about pronouns is seeing it as the icing on the cake that you're trying to force on everybody when you can dress up the way you want, when you can marry whoever you want, and you have all the rights in the world. And you're still fighting for rights when other people are hungry and dying in the world.
So let
This
me
is
ask
your
you a
problem.
question,
This
because
is your
I don't.
problem. You're selfish.
Can
You
I
are
ask a
so
question, please?
self-absorbed.
Can I
The
please
only
ask you
thing
a
you care
question, or are you
about
just going to
is about
steamroll?
being
Because
yourself
I
when
really
other
want to
people
ask
can't even
this.
be. Do you get that?
I would like to ask you a
You're
question.
selfish. You are
I
extremely
would
selfish
like to.
human
I'm
beings.
going to mute you until you can learn to behave. Okay? You can figure out how to unmute. We'll send you an invite again if you need it when I'm done. But my question for you is, do you think there are trans people in Africa? Because that's where you're at. Do you think there are starving children who are trans? Do you think that there are people of other marginalized and minority communities that are suffering that are also trans? Because you have to think about intersectionality. I am done. If you figure
Okay.
out how to unmute, go
Well,
ahead.
I think if they exist, I promise you, they will say, give me food first before they care about any of this.
I
And you
mean,
are making assumptions about other people whose cultures you know very little about. Because this thing is, I see it as a very Western idea. It's not a moral thing, it's a lifestyle choice. You guys are,
well, that would just
and
be
it's totally
spitting in
fine,
the face of
right?
facts.
It's fine. There's no real evidence that people are born gay. There's no real evidence that any of this is real. So
Well,
for
there
me,
is. There is.
there
That's the
isn't.
fun
You
part.
can look it up.
Have you
There
looked
is
at
no
twin
reason.
studies? Have you looked at twin
There's
studies and
no.
identical twin studies, where it shows that identical twins have substantially higher rates of
I am
both either
sure.
being straight or both being gay or both being cisgender or both being transgender. It's about like I think 13+%. At least it depends on what you're looking at it. It can be as high as 31% is a genetic factor. The same goes with things like autism and stuff. It's part of it is genetics. We know this as a fact now.
Okay, it still doesn't change the fact that you are missing the point in the sense that this trans issue is so small and you guys don't just see it because you have like such a padded life that you really don't know what life is. I
We feel
genuinely
that we
feel
should
that.
feed
Like,
people first. If that's your point, people should be
exactly,
housed
because
and fed
you
and
are
have water
wasting
first.
political
We
power.
agree.
You are wasting political
Oh,
energy
we have political
on
energy and
things that
power,
you
apparently.
are completely illogical, on things that continue to divide people.
This has a lot
And
of
you,
science, and the
right,
division wasn't caused by
right.
us. We're
No,
trying to
you
help people be educated and
you
learn and
literally voted
understand.
Trump in with your ignorance. This is crazy.
I didn't vote for Trump.
Nah,
Most
you
of
vote.
America,
You don't
but
have
none
to
of us
vote
up
for
here
him.
voted for
Your very
Trump.
presence and thoughts are what voted him.
I hate
I
him
think my
so.
vote for Kamala was probably pretty
Listen,
clear
you
that
can
I
vote for
wasn't
Kamala
voting for
all you
him.
want, but your thoughts and the way you see the world has shaped how other people vote.
There are many people here, like we're literally on the verge of a civil war in our own country because a lot of us here disagree with each other. A lot of us who did not want Trump in still don't want him in and would love him to be impeached.
You guys are the people that weaponized them.
I don't like him
You
in
are
the
weaponizing
slightest.
them with your
Conservatives
own
have.
like illogical stance. Like you are
Well,
like you
that's a
have
claim.
given them
How do
all
you
the
justify it? How is
ammunition,
it illogical?
and people are suffering for it. Even
You're
people who support you because
You're the
they
host.
they
yeah.
now have to
So
feel the same, autocratic system that you guys are
Answer
feeling,
the
right?
host.
yeah. So you made the claim that it's illogical. Prove it. What's the contradiction? Because that's what illogical needs. If you want to prove that it's
In which
illogical, you
point?
need to
Because
show
there's
that
a
it's
lot of
illogical
stuff that is
contradiction.
illogical.
Well, you said
Like
it was just
illogical that
illogical.
people think it's okay that men and women can play sports. Like it's illogical to me that people think
Well,
it's
they
okay
do.
that men can be in children's bathrooms or women's bathrooms.
Well,
Why
we
is
already
that
do
like?
have
Why is that
men and women
logical?
compete in sports together.
Why is that like logical to you? I really you're it's like is as obtuse as a person who thinks like gun rights are not responsible for children dying in schools. Like you are just standing like as obdurate as you can and be as ignorant as you can as the right does, and you don't see it. You've taken the left so far to a point where like the middle is completely lost, right? I think that's what's illogical is all these things that you're pushing are so far that people who even agree with gay rights are having a hard time agreeing with you.
Well, I would just call them wrong because we have facts and logic on our side. Like, I can logically
Oh,
prove
right.
why I have a sound position. I don't think they can. I actually would dare them to. And it generally the only way that you're going to ever try to come close to a logical conclusion is if you relate like base morals based off of religion, and that's just going to get you slammed down hard based off of not being able to prove your religion.
Well,
Not only
listen,
can they not like provide evidence to back themselves up, but they can't point out a logical flaw in our evidence.
yeah, I mean, to me, I can't help you understand. Okay, like I can tell you, but I can't help you understand. If you're, actively choosing to be ignorant, because if you really don't think like the solution to this issue is not providing them a safe space where they can feel whoever, it could be like an open policy where anybody can go in this bathroom, but leave bathroom for people who want to have their own private space, who don't agree with the way you see the world, have their own space. My problem is you want to change the world, and I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right that you bring it into schools. I don't think it's right that you are
Actually,
trying to change the
before
world.
it was politicized, trans people just existed. Trans people just played in sports with the gender that aligned with them. Trans people just used the bathroom with the gender that aligned with them. Trans people were just perceived as who they are. You probably have met trans people and don't even know it. That's the crazy thing to me. So only now is it becoming something that people are zooming in on, even though we've always been doing this. It's only now that it's become a problem in certain people's eyes, but we've always been here. I swear to you. And in all parts of your daily
Except
life,
you're
we are
more
here.
vocal about it, and you're asking for more attention.
I'm not asking for attention. I'm hoping to be educated in the ways that I can be. Like, you can change my mind if you bring up sources.
What
You
percent of the
genuinely
world do you
could.
think is
But
the trans community? Like literally,
we're about
do you
1 to
think
2% of the population.
you really think is 1-2%?
I mean, that's just based off
Around 1 to
statistics.
2%.
Do you know
Yeah.
that's like
The same amount as like redheads, yes.
Literally.
So
Should we not ever acknowledge the existence of
well,
redheads
do you
just
hear
because they're so
redheads
small?
talking about everybody should bend down and call
Well,
them
redheads are treated
a
as equal
different name,
generally. There's very
or
little
change their whole like English
Because they're redheads, you
vocabulary
call them
just to make them feel
redheads?
better?
Do you
redheads are
call them
treated as
redheads?
equally.
You just
And
said redhead. I don't know. I'm just repeating. You want to call them gingers, or I don't understand.
Well, do you acknowledge that they
Yes,
have
there's
red
people.
hair? See, that's all it is. It's
So
the
why
same
is
thing
red
for
hair
us. It would
important?
just
That's no
because
more
it's the
not
same
trying
as our
to-
than trans
pronouns. It's
people.
the
hold on,
same as
hold
our
on, Cole,
pronouns.
I got this, Cole.
Okay.
It's because you're not trying to force out redheads out of spaces. That's the difference.
I'm not, but they're also not telling us how to behave in their spaces, in our spaces.
Nor are trans people.
Yes, you are.
How?
I jumped on you. You asked me what my pronouns are, and I told you I don't believe in that because the world has bigger problems than that.
Well, I mean, there are lots of problems in the world. I
Okay,
would agree with you
why are
that
we changing the whole pronoun system for 1% of the population?
they've always existed. We've used pronouns
Okay,
to
but
describe things.
still, why do we have to change the language that has existed
We're not.
concurrently
I'm just
to
trying to
fit
figure
your
out what
1% of the population?
Because it's
Answer that.
accurate. Like when I was
pronouns is
So you're saying like we should turn every staircase into a ramp so people on wheelchairs should feel better.
Why are
if
you
we
talking
could,
about
hell
wheelchairs?
yeah.
This is so
Because people who
stupid.
walk
This
on
is
2 feet still
you
use
want to
a
hold
ramp
other
just the
people to your
same. Why
standards
not?
because you're
Okay, that
unhappy
got me
with your
heated.
life. Because
Question
there's
the
never enough for you.
the
You understand? You will
the
create problems.
if
It
there
was fine
were
before
more
we were legislated against.
If there were more accommodations for people with wheelchairs, yes, we would probably need to do that. I'm a wheelchair user myself and can barely get around.
I had an injury.
We are still people,
I
and we are still
understand.
It's not
I'm
even
not.
living.
just it's not even just disabled people that benefit
You're
from
completely
accessibility.
misconstruing the analogy that I made.
Also,
It's
I
not
really
even.
want him to get, like, tell me what the logic breaker is between calling a redhead or a ginger or whatever is accurate to them,
The
or
fact
if
that
you were to call the, hang on, I'm
redheads,
finishing. Hang on, bro. I want to know what the symmetry breaker is, because you may call them a blondie or whatever, and they may be like, I'm not a blondie, I'm a redhead, and you would say, okay, I see the ginger going on there, and you'd respect them and call them that. So when a trans person tells you what their pronouns are, if you may have misgendered them, why would it be any different? Why would you not, like, what's the symmetry breaker? Please tell me.
Oh, we
I
have
don't know
to.
if you know that
I
I
invite
muted
to.
you when I
Yeah.
did. Yeah.
I don't know how you think that gingers have never imposed their lifestyle or whatever, you know, ideology onto other people to be accepted.
Do you
Like they
think
just
that?
live. There's no panel going up on TikTok. There's really nothing going on.
Do
This is
you
why I
think that
say
trans people exist? That they're actually identify the way they do?
I think there's some people that are confused.
Oh well, that would
And
just
I
spit in
think
the face of.
this dialogue is created to create more of them.
No. Well, that would just go
To
against the facts. We know for a
well,
fact that
you're
it's not a
bringing it
social
in schools,
contagion.
right? Is it not being discussed
Do you know
in
why
your
we want to bring it
schools?
into
And
schools? Do you understand
why
the
is
logic
that?
behind it? Because when
Please
people are
tell me.
affirmed in their gender, they have the same depression and anxiety rates as those who are cisgender. That is the reason why we want to bring it into schools, is because we want people to just be able to exist fine and not be
Oh,
bullied.
is there also a non-zero chance that there's, they're doing this so that younger children are exposed to this and, possibly putting thoughts in their mind that would have never been there if they didn't,
There's simply no evidence to suggest that
So
introducing
you
somebody
really
to
don't
trans
think
ideas.
there's a consequence of that happening?
There's no evidence.
That
That's the problem. So you can make the
Exactly.
claim,
Like,
but
just
you need
no,
because you
evidence to suggest
know,
it. That's the
just
symmetry
because you
breaker.
know gay people exist doesn't mean that you're gay.
I'm not saying
Just
that.
because
I'm not
kids
saying that.
learn that
It's
trans people
I'm
exist doesn't
discussing.
mean they will be trans.
Well, I'm talking about the disproportionate magnification of this issue. We feel like the way we hear it is like 60% of the nation is trans people. The way you're putting it,
No, it's not.
We've never
it
even
is.
implied
It is.
that.
It's talked about in the
But
whole
but the
election
fun part
cycle.
is
It
that
was talked about in the whole election cycle.
doesn't matter if it's one person or a million.
It does matter. Of course, it matters. You are basically hurting
Oh
the majority for the minority. Like, what do you?
no,
How
we're
are we
just
hurting
we're
you?
just not wanting the minority to be hurt. It's called being
You are
a
hurting
respectful
us
human.
because now we have a clown in the fucking White House. What are you talking about?
I didn't
Well,
cause that. I didn't vote for
trans
it.
people didn't
Yes, you
vote him
did.
in.
You're
You don't
appealing to
see it because you're
politics.
so stuck up in your own ways.
You're appealing
You
to the
have
politics of
completely
things.
debased the Democratic Party because your thoughts are completely illogical.
Am I showing support for the Democratic Party? Am I saying vote blue? No, because I'm not talking about politics right now. Oh,
Bye.
poof. Did they?
I mean, our identities have been politicized, but like, he just kept pressing that we were the ones doing it and not the right.
Did they disappear? What happened?
Yeah, I thought you might have kicked them, but
No, I didn't. I
they
didn't.
just dropped then.
I didn't kick them.
I didn't.
Neither
drop
did
them.
I.
Oh well.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not Dem or Republican. I'm what you would call independent.
Yeah, I
I'm a
think both sides have
leftist.
their. I mean, I would generally say that I'm progressive and left, but like, I wouldn't say I'm a Democrat. I think that our two party system is fundamentally flawed in respect to
Yes.
how other countries
Absolutely.
run it. So yeah. What I was gonna say too is that like we do care about other people too. Like I understand that like what's happening in Sudan is absolutely horrific. I understand what's happening in Congo is absolutely horrific. And I don't think most people that you would talk to would even be able to understand what was going on there, let alone point or even point to them on a freaking map and be able to say this is where you're talking about. And I think
Hi,
that's crazy.
Auntie.
I think that it's generally people who are more progressive are going to know about this information. So
Sorry for interrupting. I saw Auntie pop into the live, Auntie Water, and I wanted to say hi.
it's Auntie. I know who you're talking about. I think.
Yep. There she is, giving us a little wave.
On to the next. Hi, could I get your age and pronouns, please?
Good afternoon. I'm 42 years old and I am a man, so I'm a he.
Okay.
All right. So I saw earlier you were talking to you had you had something in your conversation talking about why you want this to be taught in schools, and so I have children, right? And
Mhm.
when you present this to children that are 13, 14 years old, who don't really have the capacity to make certain types of decisions, all these different options, that causes a stress, that causes anxiety. So this is not something that I believe should be taught in schools. This is a systemic breakdown of American society.
One thing at a
In
time.
our country,
You won't be able to
in
keep
our
up
country,
too many points at once.
so in our
Can you
country,
source how it makes like kids anxious, overwhelmed, whatever you were saying, to learn about these people? Can you like source that at all?
yeah, you can look it up. If you want me to
Well,
look it up,
proof is on
I'm
you.
gonna have to pull up my computer. But I don't really have a lot of time, too much time to spend here. But in this country, a white man has now been made to be like, oh, white men are a source of evil. When you look at news, when an officer, a police officer, unfortunately has to use deadly force, they're making it seem like they're the problem. They don't broadcast black on black crime because it's not
Oh my God, that's
sensationalized.
misinformation.
Okay,
I'm
let's
definitely going to
hold
mute you
on.
for a
Yeah,
second because
let's
that's
hold on there
misinformation.
too. Let's.
There's something called proximity crime, but you would see quote unquote white on white crime at like the similar rates in depending on like where you live at. If you live around white people, you're going to commit crime against white people. If you live around black people, you're going to commit crime against probably black people. So it depends on where you live, and redlining and other systems in America have made it so that we have these communities of white folks, black folks, other folks of color separated into these spaces. That would be proximity crime. But black on black crime is not a thing.
Further, the number one predictor of committing violent crimes is going to be having both is not having a parent, one of your parents in the household while you're being raised as a child. That is the number one predictor. It's not race. It's not anything else. It's if you have both parents in the house or not.
And black folks are probably less likely to have both parents in the house because, or at least if one of those parents is a man, because what do you think our prison systems are full of, whether rightfully so or not? So when your black father is in prison and you have that single parent household, you're just a lot more prone to that type of thing, and the cycle just continues. Not that this is the topic. I don't want to talk about topics for too long, but
It's not the
I
topic.
also
So there's this
really
dean.
quickly. I just want to say it's all men until it's no men as well.
Right, so there's this dean I'd have to look it up, but there's this dean that's in a very prominent school. It's about $40,000 a year for these kids to be in there. And he was having these kids together talking about dildos and butt plugs and whether they should use.
Let's use TikTok-friendly language at the very least.
So what does the anecdotal story have? It tells us evidence of one story. It doesn't say that this is a widespread thing. So I would just I would just say that this is anecdotal evidence at best. It's evidence of a story, but not evidence of a widespread problem.
So it's actually something that's going on in like higher level schools. A lot of it. I have 2 children, and so the schools are having this. This is happening in schools, and it's separating the children from their parents on what their parents want their children to be brought up to understand. So now there's this opposition between children and their parents. Like my kids are opposing me because I'm telling them, look, this has always existed, right? But now it's become something that is been polarized, right? It's everywhere. Everybody's talking about it. 20% of children in school are now identifying as being trans, and soon it'll be more like 1/3. And so what we're saying to them is
You're gonna have
that
to source this stuff. This sounds like a lot of misinformation. So I need to know where you're getting this
okay,
info from. And also, like, if you give us a state, we should
yeah,
be able to look up like what education policies they have in place for
right,
kids, so we can see
right,
what they're actually learning
okay.
and discuss based off of that as well.
But see, it's become like a popular culture type. It's everywhere in social media. Kids are constantly on their phone. So what we're doing is that we're telling children that your body is just a meat sack. That's all it is, and your real being is the soul inside. So as long as you can make your meat sack align with what's going with your soul inside, then everything's going to be fine.
That's exactly how it works in harsher terms, I guess, than I would put it. But that's
So
actually pretty damn accurate, and you could learn a thing or two from your kids, I think.
the
Right, but that's
UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, says that between 13 and 17-year-olds, 3.3% of individuals identify as transgender in some way. In 18 to 24-year-olds, it's 2.7, which
okay.
Only
So that's
makes sense.
California.
30%.
That's
Which
no. I'm saying in the future it's going to be 1/3. Right now it's about 20% that are in this are at a young age that are
I
like,
just
well,
told
who am
you
I?
that's
And it's also
misinformation. Please stop saying it's
yeah, I
20%.
just
It's three
pulled up
point
an
something
info.
percent.
I just pulled up a
We have
reputable
that.
source who gave a 3.3% figure. I would accept, maybe about as high as 5, but like to say like 20, that's crazy. That's way out of, like you're not going to see huge differences in between, unless if they're like selectively, asking people who are predisposed to being trans, essentially.
so at the end of the day, right? I don't like it that this is happening with my kids where they're being educated by other sources, even Disney, gay Disney. I mean, why are we talking to children about sexuality? Why are we having
We
drag
aren't.
queens
What
with
if your
5-year-olds? Why do
kids have a friend and their parents are a gay couple?
What do you think
Don't
that
you think
is
that
being
one?
taught to children even? Like, what do you think an
what?
8-year-old is being taught in class? What do you think it is? We're not saying that, we're not talking about sex and sexual anatomy. We're saying that families may look different and people look different. That's all we are asking for.
They are bringing these topics about sexual orientation into schools. And you said it yourself. I want it to be in schools. But who are you to want to dictate what's going to happen to someone's child? If they don't want that for their child, leave that out. They will find that out on their own, just like you did.
Well, the
Leave
reason
the
why,
children alone.
yeah, we should leave the children alone and not force our bigoted ideas onto them. We should look at the facts and what the
Exactly.
facts say. That's what we're asking for. What you're wanting is basically if somebody's child comes out as trans and their parents don't agree with it, you're probably fine with trying with things such as conversion therapy.
At 13 years old in school, look, my kids, they're having issues with putting present tense and past tense together at the grade they're in because they're more focused about whether their friend is a boy or a girl and all these political arguments and ideas that I'm more concerned about them learning how to survive and be successful in life, and we are wanting to put all of this
Sounds like
sexual
it's a your kid
orientation
problem.
sexual
Because
orientation
if they're distracted, it's not because of the age appropriate education they're getting in school about the existence of trans people, not about our sexual anatomy, not about how we have sex or who we have sex with. None of that is age appropriate, and I guarantee you they're not learning it. What you described to us earlier that your children told you is actually a very accurate understanding of who trans people are and how is what best to treat us so that we have the best outcomes, so that we aren't harming ourselves, so that we aren't attempting to unalive ourselves, so that we know that there's nothing wrong with who we are, just like there's nothing wrong with being cis, like I assume your children are, because they understand at least what being trans is, so they should be able to tell at that point as well
they just think that we
what
should
if they
respect their
are or not,
pronouns. This the level that
which
they're
is
at. Like
good.
we should respect their pronouns, which to me is like, well, I mean, if I can clearly look, I've done work in homes with a man that was a woman. He was an older man. He became a
That's a
woman.
trans woman, not a man. Do not call him a man again, or them a man again, her a man again, or else you will be muted.
Or I'll cut your head off and you'll be off my live.
Okay, that is a threat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop and then I'm gonna report because I'm not cool with threats. Don't threaten people.
Cole, I'm so sorry that happened.
I mean, it doesn't phase me, but like, I just don't want it happening to other people, really, too. So
Snitch? No, we just want a respectful community. That's all. I don't think that's snitching. If you call that,
I'm not gonna threaten anybody to literally
to be fair, I don't know if he
decapitate
was.
somebody.
I don't think that he was threatening you. I think he was saying that we would cut off his head.
Oh, no, we're not even gonna have that language up here anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, I was kind of trying to get a point across as well, so I might have like been listening to him at the same time I was speaking and not heard exactly what was going on. But regardless, we're not gonna have that kind of language up here.
Yeah, I don't like. I don't like when people do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can take a second and decompress if you want.
Yeah.
That's always good in between guests, just for a
Also,
minute or two.
I don't know if the AI guy was trying to do this, but like it doesn't matter if someone's neurodivergent or not. Do not use that as an insult.
Correct.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't
Ableism will
matter.
not be tolerated.
Especially when we're in a in a society that already sees being neurodivergent as a reason to question somebody's identity even more. Like it's never used as a reason to believe what they actually think. It's it's possible. It's often just used as a reason to doubt, which is pretty horrific. Because like people already struggle. Trans people already struggle as is. Why do we have to make it a bigger problem beyond that?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen it be used as a reason to believe, even though theoretically it's it actually there might be a correlation there. So like
Keaton, if you're live and I'm still around at like 1:25, can you make sure that I'm doing the things that I need to do for my job? I just don't want to forget.
1:25?
Yeah.
Oh, so like in an hour for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I usually start like by now, but I don't have to do anything until 1:30 today.
I will start a stopwatch and see when it hits an hour. Okay, on to the next. Hello, my name's Jeff. What's your age and pronouns?
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm a girl. This is my Halloween page. But my pronouns is just she.
Do you agree with that? Or disagree?
Did you give your age? I missed it if you did.
I'm more so kind of, I think it's more so like the aggressiveness coming from all sides. That's the problem. It's like an assertive dominance coming from both ends. It's like you call me, it's almost like I feel like if, like I have a lot of trans friends and they kind of agree with me on the fact it's like we can't expect everyone to address you how you want to be addressed. And we're more so kind of like, we're 90s gays. So we're kind of like more simple about it. It's like if they don't call us a she or he, like it is what it is, like we can't expect people to just do what we want them to do, no matter what we feel on any level, and same goes for them. But I have like a example of one thing. When I was a kid, I really wanted to be a boy. This was maybe like first grade, second grade, going on to third grade. I
Would
was
that
like a
be like
boy my whole life.
8-ish?
Like 8, 9, around
Okay.
there. So I really wanted to be a boy, but my reasons why I wanted to be a boy was, so I went to a private school, and it was like the boys had better clothes, the boys had better toys, the boys had better They were more playful at recess. Like I myself just aligned more with boys. But as I grew up, I love that I'm still a girl. So if there's ever kids in those instances, like where the influence is like a little overboard, like say they're like me and they want to be another gender, but it's not because they like truly deep down feel like they should be. Like for me, I didn't truly feel like, oh, I'm a boy, but I did want to be
Yeah.
a boy
I
because
don't
I
want to
just,
cut you off, but I do have thoughts.
oh, okay.
As a trans person, I don't expect, like, I live in reality still. I certainly do not expect people to listen and learn and adjust when they need to. I certainly do not expect everybody to gender me correctly and use the correct pronouns when they're speaking about me to other people. I certainly do not expect any of that. Again, that's just like a reality thing. I think
Totally.
our point is more that people should respect each other in this way, even though they don't right now. So we have had conversations in the past as well where people start out misgendering trans people, and then throughout the conversation, they get to a place where by the end of it, they've been correctly gendering that person for a bulk of the conversation and a couple of them. So we're just kind of shooting for the most change we can make and accepting quote unquote smaller change, if that makes sense. Just whoever we can get to and speak with that we can educate and help is kind of our point in doing this. And then the second thing I wanted to share is that I'm just gonna say trans non-binary, but I totally get like the tomboy thing, like just like because I am AFAB. I did grow up and was raised as a girl into a woman, and I think that it is good that you got to explore your gender. I also want to share that the first step of the W path, which is at least in the United States, it's the guidelines that we use to treat trans people. The very, very first step is to get established with a therapist. And the therapist is immediately going to find out, not immediately, but it's really easily going to be able to tell what these reasons are. Those are the questions they're going to ask is like, when did you start feeling this way? Why did you start feeling this way? What changed around that time in your life? Is they're going to figure all that stuff out. So they would have found out pretty quickly in your case that you were more masculine, but that it didn't mean that you were a man. They wouldn't necessarily say like, oh, you're definitely not trans yet, but they would know that the motivation behind you, quote unquote, like wanting to be a boy was just that you wanted to participate in more masculine things, whether it be clothing, the way they act at recess, the things you named, you know? And they understand, these therapists that specialize in this, they understand that they can be treating some trans men and some people who turn out to just be masculine women. So we want to give people the space to explore like you did, but we're also going to make sure that they're not like receiving any sort of medical gender affirming care if they aren't actually trans, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I have a question. So like when I was going on with that story, like I've always wondered like, man, if I grew up in these times and I was at that age and I had that want, I always wonder like would or the schools, I can't say the schools because I don't know for sure, but like would society kind of push me to more so be like, so you are a boy? Like, no, you totally are a boy. Like you have all these things. Like that's what I kind of worry about when it comes to like toddlers. I think that it should be taught, but I think it should be more at like the sex ed level, like high school, you know. But like for kids, like as me being one of them, like you don't fully understand. I know some of them do, but not all of us, you know, like some of us, like we do take the time to figure out. But I have wondered, like, if I did grow up in this time, would I be more swayed to transition because it's just so, you know, it's so out there
Yeah.
now.
I think
I can tell you Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Keaton.
I would say the evidence would point to it not being something that's like, even for somebody like me, I think that people are very, very like, before people access gender affirming care, like that's actually like medical care, they generally have to go through a number of hoops, essentially, to that are basically in there to make sure that we're not, transing essentially cis people, is the best way
I
I would
see, I
put
see.
it. And I don't think, and it is something that's kind of like a hot topic now. But what we don't see, if it was, people, if we were transing cis people, we'd probably expect to see a pretty
Transitioning,
high.
Keaton.
Okay, sorry,
Not
transitioning.
transing.
Sorry, my bad. But we would expect to see a huge spike in things such as detransition rates, and we're not seeing that. So we can feel pretty confident that, at least on the overall widespread, looking at it overall, people are overwhelmingly happy with the care that they do get, and that they're
And
not
the last
detransitioning
thing,
at like elevated rates.
yeah,
Can
and the
I?
last thing I would add to that, sorry, to answer your question, I guarantee you, having gone through the system to get certain medical gender affirming care, I can say that the therapists, like I was talking about earlier, they wouldn't. I said they. I think, if I remember correctly, I said that they wouldn't necessarily know that you weren't a trans man or a trans non-binary person at the time, but they would be able to tell. They wouldn't say that you were for sure by those standards at all. They use insistence, consistence, and persistence as their measuring tool for these types of things. So you might insistently, consistently, and persistently want to wear the boys' clothes and participate in all these different things. That makes you a masculine person, not necessarily trans. What they're looking for is insistence, persistence, and presenting as the gender that you align with. And sometimes they're looking for dysphoria symptoms, so they're looking at the consistency, insistence, persistence of the distress that you feel with the misalignment of
I
your
see.
body and your gender, things like that. So at least within the medical system, you wouldn't be pushed. Now, it depends on your age with peers. That's the only case in which, but especially if you're like in your teens, even if you're like 13, 14, the trans people that you're friends with are going to be educated. They've gone through the same system I just talked about. So they're not going to push you necessarily either. Some undereducated peers may try to do that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. But especially the medical community and the trans community aren't going to push you either way. They're just going to let you explore. And then when you come out to them as whatever you've discovered, they're going to affirm at that point who you are.
Totally. Do you guys kind of feel like the way, like, I also kind of feel like with the way society is, um I almost feel like they're forcing divides, because the way I see it, it's like if everyone just kind of respectfully stayed in their lanes, but then again, there's not full control of it, because like even with the sports thing, I honestly do think like cis girls and cis women should have their own league. I think it would be great if trans people got their own league. Like, I think that would be super entertaining and fun to watch.
There's not enough of us.
What was that?
There's just
There's
not a
not
lot of
enough
trans
trans.
people. I mean, even when you're
And
talking
it's
about like,
segregation at that point too. And then also like I don't know if you were here when I was talking about sports medicine doctors that determine when trans people can participate in the sports of the gender that they align with. And it's only after they've lost all the physical advantages that they had prior to medical transition that they're actually allowed to participate in the sport of the gender that they align with. And again, that's just sports medicine's doctors' decisions.
I see, I see.
and I think the sports argument is kind of just a moot point, because these are people at the end of the day. We shouldn't be like, I think it's an entirely different discussion that regards about what is fair in sports versus, what's fair to how to treat individuals. So it's kind of like
Totally.
it is a conversation that needs to be had, but I feel like it's less important right now, at least, when
Yeah.
there's
I
so
like
many more people who seem to just reject the idea that these people even exist and go out of their way to actually make their life more difficult.
hmm
That's
And
the
I like
problem
the
we see
way,
here.
yeah, someone else I watch go live. I don't know if any of y'all have ever seen Gay Santa, but he has one prompt. I like the way that he words it. It's trans people in sports is not political, is the prompt. So he usually has a list as well, so he talks about some other stuff, but yeah. It's really just always been something that medical professionals deal with, and like Keaton just said, at the end of the day, we're just people. Some of us enjoy sports. We should just be allowed to participate in these things without the discriminations that we face.
Especially
I
at
see
like
that.
lower
I get
levels
it.
of competition. Like I could understand at higher levels of competition where there needs to be a little bit more of a finer tooth comb in terms of like if there is any sort of advantage. But for most people, I don't think people care that much. They just want to play sports with friends. That's a lot of them what they
Yeah.
want to do. I played tennis because I had my best friend play tennis, and we would laugh and joke, and we wouldn't even try to win. We just play tennis to play tennis, not because we wanted to play competitively.
I see. There are people who do like, they're like bred for the sport. So I just kind of feel like I totally see what you guys are saying.
Yeah,
I just feel like if it
and those
was that
people
way
absolutely
and you guys
exist
like,
too. I'm just
oh
saying that
yeah,
for
yeah.
like, I don't think that most people are super, and I might be wrong about this. It doesn't feel like a lot of people are super competitive, and even if they're competitive about it, does it really matter unless if they're taking first place repeatedly? Like, and then at that point, is it because they have a biological advantage, or is it just because they're good at the sport?
Yeah, yeah. I guess it also depends on the sport too.
Yeah, and there's sports where we don't actually segregate, like racing, and we don't segregate into men and women generally, mostly because there's
hmm
just not a lot of women, partially. But the same thing goes for horse riding, like equestrian sports.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Um,
Yeah.
Um,
In the UK, for some reason, trans women can't participate in competitive chess.
what?
Yes, you heard me right. Chess. That shit is the most absurd thing to me. Um, and it's because they consider it a sport and they're trans, so they actually got blocked out of both the women's and the men's leagues of competitive chess.
Oh wow.
So
wait,
that
and the
one in
men's?
particular, I just find wild. What was that?
And the men's, like I could understand it
Yeah,
blocking it for one, but both. Excuse me,
right? They just
like if
can't
you're
at
gonna
all
claim
anymore.
there's just give somebody that if somebody wants to compete with a disadvantage, if you're gonna claim that there's an advantage or
Right?
disadvantage, let them compete with it. Who cares? Like
Yeah,
if somebody
and
who's like, I don't think most sporting places would like, if somebody wanted to play football and they had one that and they're missing an arm, they wouldn't stop them from doing it because they had a disadvantage. Why would you do it?
exactly.
That's absurd.
Yeah, that's one of the wild outliers, and the reason I bring it up is it is good to talk about this. It's brought up as kind of an absurd point a lot of times, and it shouldn't be politicized. But the fact that it is means that talking about it can never hurt, and talking about like what we can do about it and why um, we have a problem with even like quote unquote lesser like examples of this discrimination, because it carries over into these bigger situations where then an entire population of people can't play fucking chess competitively in a part of the world, so that's
Yeah,
why
that's silly.
it's
I
good to
could see
bring
like
up.
physical sports, but chess is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, especially considering that I don't think they segregate based off of sex, at least. I mean, they do sort of, but I think that women are allowed to like in the
I think my other like one of my other like concerns was like the amount of predators, like just sick people who like will take advantage of the movement and will like be a predator in bathrooms
well,
and stuff.
they're
Like
going to
I
be a
think in
predator
that case it
regardless.
kind of No, totally.
Exactly.
But what I'm
And
saying is like it sucks that like people like that are kind of ruining it for like genuine people.
exactly.
You know what I mean?
I
Yeah, most
100% agree. Something people don't talk about that often is if you segregate restrooms by sex assigned at birth, that means that trans men that have had top surgery, bottom surgery, and have been on HRT for years, full on, I mean, men with beards and muscle and all that good stuff, will be segregated into the women's restroom. And then any cis man doesn't have to put on a dress, doesn't have to act like a different gender, doesn't have to do anything except say, I'm a trans man, and then they're forced into the women's restroom.
Yeah.
And they can do all their dirty, nasty, gross stuff and get away with it so easy if we segregate things that way. So yeah, that's one point of that I definitely agree on. And it is mostly men. It is mostly cis men
Yeah.
perpetrating these crimes, which we all have statistics on. I mean, obviously there are bad people in every group. There's going to be a
Totally.
few bad apples, but again, when we look at statistics, it's majority perpetrated by cis men.
Yeah. And in that case, it's kind of like, okay, so we're like, where can we divide it to like where it's like the genuine people and like the predators? And like the only thing I can kind of come up with is like, you guys have your own stalls. At least to like, you know, protect like
And
kids or I don't know.
I kind of get where you're coming from. We don't want to go towards segregation, but my good fix to this is gender neutral restrooms. One big restroom with floor to ceiling stall doors that don't have cracks in them, and then everybody comes out and washes their hands in a general area, just like public restrooms are now.
Oh, I see what you're
The
saying. Yeah.
reason that I suggest this is because even if you're trans, like nobody's gonna say this is the wrong restroom, and then also
Yeah, yeah.
accountability is a lot higher in restrooms like that because you have more people coming in and out all the time. So yeah, and they should obviously be a place where we go in, do our business, and leave. Unfortunately, we are making them prone to assault in the ways that we segregate them and are making laws about them, at least in the US. And what was the last thing I was going to say? I know I had one more thing. It escaped my brain. Oh yeah, if we have like um, a certain space that trans and gender nonconforming folks can go, it will put a target on our backs and make it really easy for those same predators to say,
I
"Oh,
see.
I want to perpetrate crime against a trans person today. I'll just go into the trans bathroom because that's exactly where they'll be."
I
You
see
know.
where you're coming from.
and
Yeah,
it's
So
yeah.
not like
that's why.
I want to point out that it's something that's not self-imposed because there are like gay clubs and stuff that are they exist because they fill a niche that the community wants. It's not being forced on them to do that.
Yeah.
And they are targets because, as I don't know if you heard about Club Q, that hit close
Yeah.
to home for me because I live very close to where that happened. But like,
What happened there?
somebody walked in
There
with
was also
a firearm,
Pulse,
and
right?
I thought that Pulse is
Is that just like a general one, not a queer club?
um. Oh no, that one's gay. That was a gay nightclub. So yeah.
Yeah, so we've got
Um,
Pulse and Club Q as examples. Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I do like the idea of like just the like a public bathroom style. Like perhaps that would help. I kind of feel like in a way like how society and people who run it here, I feel like they purposefully put us all in these situations to kind of further the divide, you know, and then they like hype up the problems. Like if you guys notice on like our algorithms, we all personally have like things that really trigger us, or at least I noticed it. Like I notice like people who are racist, they'll tend to have a lot of black crime on their algorithm. People who are transphobic, they'll have like a lot of like, you know, like seeing videos of predators doing that stuff. And I feel like it like ups the phobia in a way. So I also feel like it's kind of like the people who are running our society are purposefully dividing everybody,
I
like a
don't think
divide and
it's,
conquer game.
and that might not even be necessarily the case. It could just be the fact that I know the algorithms will tend to, they tend to match what you already align with, so they reinforce stereotypes, and that's kind of the problem there. So even if it's not being done explicitly, it happens.
Yeah.
Because even like a good algorithm will just, like my YouTube, what I watch on YouTube is highly reflective of the content that I like. Um,
Yeah.
but it's hard to say that that's a bad thing in some regards. But it doesn't seem like for the large part that it's, that there are times where I think that, things are brought up to kind of try to bring focus from other issues. But I think the trans issue is something that's kind of naturally come up. And I don't like it trying to be used in a way that's, hides other issues, because there are tons of
Yeah.
other issues.
Totally.
But it's an issue in itself, and it's one that at least I feel educated on and I want to help kind of solve. And the best way to
Yeah,
solve
and
that is
I
by fixing society, not, it's the science is very clear that it's when people are affirmed in their gender and affirmed, for being just who they are, the results are fantastic. People live, equal lives that are, full of happiness, and, they can live normal lives.
Yeah.
But when we put them in situations where they're, constantly being harassed and bullied, go figure, the outcomes are dramatically different,
Yeah.
and they're pretty
yeah.
horrific
Guess, can I
often.
get your name again real quick?
Oh, my name is Jade.
Jade.
It's
Okay.
not Jeff, you
I
gaslit us.
No,
I
Jeff is just my Halloween page.
Yeah,
yeah, I
it's okay.
remember you mentioned that, so I wanted to get your name again. So Jade, I totally agree as well. I think the algorithm can sometimes be a problem, especially, sorry, one second. Especially when you combine that with the political state of the United States of America right now. Not
Yeah,
very
it's
united at
such
the
a
moment.
mess. No.
I think that, yeah, I think obviously, like, I don't know if you were listening when we were talking earlier about, like, we're not the ones that are making a deal out of it. It's not trans people. It's like the conservative right in our country that's doing that. And I think that, like I said, in combination with algorithms can definitely make it, I don't know, just
It can
people
like
have,
influence your mind on how you see things.
yeah, it can make people who didn't have an issue with things before have an issue with them now,
Oh,
stuff
yes, because
like that. So,
that's happened with me. Like, I think I've seen, like, I think at one point my algorithm just kept showing me, like, all the rape cases happening in the UK. And then I slowly started growing, like, a genuine hate for, like, the immigrants. And I'm like, oh my God, they're not all bad, but all this shit that I'm seeing is just too much. And I'm sure on, like, other people's end, like, it's the same way with whatever trigger is coming to them, you know?
mm,
But yeah, I just feel like if, like, I don't know, I honestly just feel like we all can just be equal and happy, and we all want to just be, you know, happy and living a good life. I feel like our leaders are just fucking shit up and just like
one group at a
purposefully.
time. No one will be left at the end. I promise you that. If you think you're safe, you're not.
Yeah, it's like a divide and conquer kind of thing. But
Yeah.
yeah. Can I
What's
ask
that poem? First they come. Yeah.
you guys, so you folks are transitioned?
I'm just
Okay.
I'm just a cis white man.
I see.
Yeah. Keen's just a dude, a cis dude.
I'm just a
Um,
dude.
I'm transgender. I'm non-binary. And I personally have had some medical transition.
Nice. What age do you guys think is like, especially for you since you personally went through it, like what do you think is like a good age? Like when did you really know?
It's so funny. Keen actually asked me this earlier today.
Yeah, I
Um,
was asking, like, how did you find out that you were like trans and all? Because like I'm still learning.
yeah.
Like it's one of those things that I don't think you should ask somebody up front. You should need to be friends with them generally before you want to ask that. And it's
Yeah.
okay if they
So
don't want to answer, because it's kind of
exactly.
Oh yeah,
complicated.
you totally don't have to if you don't want.
And I'm gonna let Pomegranate go after this as well because he's trans as well. But I will share more generally with you, I guess. that we know that you are born and you don't have a concept of gender yet, but whatever gender you are going to be is set in your genetics. You know, that's part of it for sure. And then between the ages of 3 and 7, you'll have developed gender identity by seeing the people around you, especially like your parents. They inform your brain, and it starts to build up all these little details of what you perceive to be of a woman or a man or a boy or a girl. And then usually by the age of 7, that part of your brain development is done, and your gender is pretty known to you at that point. It's just a matter of education of that person. Like, if they don't know that trans people exist, then they might feel something's off but not know what it is, you know?
Yeah.
So it's about education at that point. I knew I was trans when I was 5. I didn't come out as trans until I was 19. And that's because I was a pastor's kid for the first 11 years of my life, and my parents at the time did not support the community and were basically doing like mini in-house conversion stuff with me and trying to convince me that I wasn't who I was along the way, to my sister and I both. And they've grown over time, but when I went to college, because I knew in high school at the latest what a trans person was, but I only knew that the trans binary existed at the time. By the way, my experience is just one experience, so that's why I'm trying to be a little more general as well, because it's different for everybody. And I knew I wasn't a man, but I also knew I wasn't a woman. So I just kind of hung in there until I had access to the education that I needed to know that non-binary people exist. It's this huge umbrella term that covers so many different more specific identities that you can be. And so I started to be able to explore that more, and then found out, yep, that's me, you know? And I rarely share my specific identity under the non-binary umbrella, because the whole reason I came out rid of to like not have to fit into boxes anymore. Everybody had expected me to be a girl and a woman my whole life, and I was like done with that. But I also don't want to be expected to be a man, nor any more specific like identity. If there is a little bit of fluidity, like I want to be able to be me and not have any boxes surrounding it. So for me, that's how it goes. Some people who are trans-binary, like my sister, they're totally affirmed by being firmly in their womanhood and having she, her pronouns and fitting into the box in their own way, if that makes sense. But for me, it's about being outside of those labels. So
that's a good way to be. I think the labels is partly like, I think if everyone just accepted who we were even without the labels, you know, it's like I feel like that puts down all the boxes, you know.
I agree on that. I fit in the label of he, him, and man. I'm a trans man. But the way I express myself is a bit different. I am feminine. I am very feminine. I like to do a lot of different feminine things, such as I love doing my hair. I love makeup and getting my nails done. I go shoe shopping with my mother. Well, I grew up in a house full of women, by the way.
Me too, yeah.
This is stuff I love to do, but I'm not a woman. I know I'm not. I came out young. I didn't know what the word trans was when I came out. What I did is at 8 years old, I walked up to my mom and told her I wasn't a girl, and that I was a boy and I don't like being called a girl. And my mom said, okay. And she referred to me as a he. And by the time I was 11, I knew what trans was and could finally put a name to it. And I still am who I am. I'm 19 now. Don't ever feel like changing. Feel like I know exactly who I am and what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing is like we all just want to kind of align with our own vibrations and how we feel, despite how we look, you know?
Exactly. Also, that's I'm so glad you were affirmed growing up. That makes my heart happy. And then what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah, the only reason that like we end up having to discuss it and having to use labels and such is because societies over time have developed into whatever time and place you're living, that society, you know, is going to have the construct of gender and is going to base certain like actions in your day-to-day life off of that typically. And then comes in the legal aspect. So now they can like have laws against women, men, males, females, depending on what exactly they're pulling at, you know, in these laws. So that's the only reason I feel like we ever have to like talk about these boxes that we do fit in, and like have them at all is just because the social construct exists. Being autistic, I've never, I mean, any system or box or anything like that, like it's taken me a lot to like, we were learning like facts from opinion, I think, or something like that. I can't even remember exactly what it was when I was growing up. I was so little. And one of the statements was cars drive on the road. And I'm like, that's not a fact. That's not true. Cars can drive wherever cars drive. Like you can drive in your yard, you can drive in the mountains, you can drive in a forest. If your car fits and you drive it there, that's where it goes. So even like stuff like that, that's always been implied through society, I've never like understood initially. Like it takes a lot of effort for me to grasp it. And even then I still don't feel like it's necessary, if that makes sense in a lot of ways. So yeah, that's kind of where I fall, and that affects my gender as well, and where I fall in that.
Did you actually them with your autism? No way.
What was that?
Did you actually them with your autism? No way.
Yeah, kind of.
Like I feel like autism is one of those things that it's like like I was I think I told you Cole yesterday, we talked about how, or was it yesterday or another day, that I was like, you know, there's definitely sometimes seems to be at least a correlation between people who are not neurodivergent and you know, being trans. It could be partially because, you know, we look at this dysfunctional system of gender and say, why should we use this dysfunctional system when it doesn't work? Like there's got to be a better way. It's like, wow.
And if there is a correlation, it's not like they like to put it like you're dumb, so you're delusional or whatever. I don't believe this, by the way, and I also, being autistic, am just using these terms to describe like how other people will frame it. But they'll make that kind of a correlation, and really, it's the correlation of us just kind of having a wider view of things. Like, I understand why things are socially implied. I get it. I'm 20 freaking 4 at this point. I've lived through a lot of it and taken in enough information to understand like how things work. But like Keaton said, like the dysfunction that is in the system is not my first like I don't want to comply with that. Like, and that understanding is actually oftentimes, not always obviously, but oftentimes can be a result of being neurodivergent. So yeah, if the correlation is there, it's literally just because we have that realization of like, why should we fit into the system?
Yeah, makes sense.
It's clear when, oh, my voice cracked there. Oh Lord. It's clear when you like start looking at things at more than just a surface level, a lot of these things just fall apart. And that kind of makes sense if you see language as something used to kind of like, we use words to categorize things, but just broadly. They're not like, they're descriptive, not prescriptive. Because like you can say that like, you know, something is a car, but that's just, you know, under legal definition, sometimes like very small cars are treated as motorcycles because they have a small enough engine, and you know, you only need a motorcycle license to drive them. But in other places they're seen as normal cars, and it's like when you just start looking at things too close, things just fall apart. And
I view language like Greek mythology. The reason why is because with Greek mythology, they put stories to try to understand things. That's what we do with language.
Yeah, yeah.
I think of it like Greek mythology, and actually a lot of our words come from Greek mythology, anyways.
I
That
see
and
that.
French. You
Oh
damn
yeah,
French.
don't forget the French.
Yeah, the French. It's funny
Oh yeah.
when you learn French and you're like, oh, well, that's just obviously a French word that we took.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if anyone else wants to come up here, but I can let someone else speak if they like. But
Me
it was
too.
nice talking to you folks and hearing your perspectives.
You're
not-
nice.
Yeah, I always appreciate, even like if people disagree with things, it's always good to have a respectful conversation, because otherwise
No,
we're
yeah,
just not going to get
totally.
anywhere. I've said this
Exactly.
before. We only can expect society and people to change if we give them, good reasons to change, and not like scream at them and be like, no, we're
Yeah.
gonna force you into like this is actually what we see with trans people. If we if we give people reasons to accept trans people versus not they're normal, they're people.
Oh yeah. Trans people are beautiful. I mean, like so many of my friends, like even my like really straight like cis guy friends, like I know almost all of them would go for a beautiful trans woman, you know? I think it's just honestly like the bad apples in any community that's kind of just ruining it and furthering a stereotype when in fact it's dominantly like most of us just want to be who we are.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm gonna go, but I'll let someone else come up. But have a good gay. Sorry, a good
Everybody have a good gay.
Have a gay day.
Okay. Well, I'll see you guys later.
Yep,
Okay.
thanks for coming up.
No
Bye.
problem.
I literally added them because that's a good conversation with a good person.
Oh, do we have
I
favorite-
appreciated that. It was kind of refreshing.
we have
Oh,
Dr.
yeah.
JP, which worries me.
Okay, JP as in what?
Jordan Peterson, maybe.
Oh no. Okay.
Did they go away?
No,
What
they're
is this?
They're
listening.
there.
Oh, it has a deer.
What's up?
Hi, can I get your age and pronouns?
Sure. It's age 40, he, him.
Okay.
I almost gave you my name.
Do you disagree with background?
And tell us your
The
name.
problem is-
Sorry.
I do.
So why do you think that transphobia is not the problem, but in fact that it would be trans people that are the problem?
Well, I don't necessarily agree. Say that it's trans people who are the problem,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, I guess that's not like a
but
true dichotomy. If you disagree, it's just generally what
I
people
disagree with
say.
transphobia itself. The reason why is because if you actually look up what phobia is, it's an intense or irrational fear of a specific object, situation, or activity, right?
Yeah, but we wouldn't
I don't
say
think anybody's really
that if somebody
scared
thinks
of-
that black people are lesser, we wouldn't say that they're scared.
But, like-
we still call them a racist.
Let's also ask a question. Is the word phobia and the word transphobia the same word?
No, I mean,
Okay, no.
you're describing what you're afraid of, right? So,
No.
arachnophobia.
Transphobia
Is
is
the fear of
not the
spiders?
same word. We agree that it is not the same word as phobia. And if you look up the definition of transphobia, it has a different definition. And it's not just the phobia of trans people. That's not the definition you'll find.
Okay, so
even-
if I say,
I would say
so
that.
here's my contention with it.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, I was gonna say that I would say that transphobia is the belief that transgender people and being trans is inferior to cisgender people or being cis, or it's the belief that trans people do not exist. That is more aligned with what we see with when we say somebody's misogynistic or a racist than like a phobia. People, I don't think people are scared of trans people that much. I don't think that they're scared of it. It's that they dislike them and see them as being lesser in some way.
Okay. No, I don't see them as lesser. I mean, they're still human, right? And all humans deserve respect, and empathy and sympathy. However, I would say I've been called transphobic
many of times when they ask like, "Oh, do you believe that trans women are women or trans men are men?" And I tell you no.
That means you don't believe that we exist.
Yeah.
No,
So
you exist. I just don't believe you are what you're calling yourself to be.
do you
So,
believe that the people are like it's
sorry.
normal for them to identify the way that they are? That it's okay?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I believe it. I don't know if it's normal, but I would say yes. You can call yourself whatever you want.
I would say that it's expected underneath the wide like the wide outreach of what humans identify as. This is just going to be expected, that people aren't going to always identify with their the gender that they were assigned with at birth, because we see a spectrum of people who are like like males who are more and less masculine in how they act, and how they see themselves as more or less masculine. And sometimes it
Sure.
crosses over this binary, or over this bimodal like distribution that we see in terms of sex and gender, and hops over to the other side. So I would say
Yeah,
it's
but like,
normal and expected underneath that, if we look at all of humanity, which is how I think you really should be looking at it.
yeah. I mean, like I said, you can call yourself whatever you want. I don't think by you calling yourself whatever you want actually makes you that. You can be feminine presenting. You can be masculine presenting. And that's fine too. You can wear dresses. You can wear basically anything you want. I don't think clothing really determines your gender or your sex.
Well,
But to
yeah,
call somebody
there's
but to
not
call
just one
somebody
thing that's
transphobic, but to call somebody transphobic because they disagree with you, yeah, I think that's a kind of a stretch.
You don't believe that we exist, which is part
Of
of the
course we exist.
definition given. No, but you believe that every trans person isn't actually trans, meaning that you believe that we're all cisgender. So you would believe that we exist, but that we're as a human being, but that we're cisgender. That means that you don't think transgender people exist. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand.
I don't know how else to word this. Can somebody explain it to this man?
So if you believe that somebody exists, you like, I assume that you believe that I'm a guy. But if you think
I
that
guess.
trans
I mean,
women are not women, you don't believe that they exist. That you don't believe that what they're saying is in fact a thing.
correct. I believe that there is a mental incongruency that you have,
Well, that's not
right?
necessarily
And
the case.
it has to be the case.
No, it's not. Not all trans people have have gender dysphoria, which would be the mental or would be the
Well,
incongruency.
that's not true because see, in order for you to say that you do not align with the sex that you
I
are at
actually
birth,
agree with Guest. I'm going to chime in here real quick. I actually agree with Guest on this one, because there is incongruence between our sex and gender, which is what I think the Guest is trying to say. Every trans person has that incongruence, just not the extreme distress caused by the incongruence between our sex and gender.
Yep, I agree
That
with
would
you there.
be yeah. So I just wanted to clear that up. But
Thanks for that correction.
yeah, I'm not saying everybody's suffering from gender dysphoria. I'm just saying that there is a mental incongruence with you identifying of what you were born, what sex you were born to, what you think you are.
That's just definition of transgender. And if you don't believe that that's a real thing, then you don't believe transgender people exist, which is another angle I could come at it from.
It's not that you don't exist; it's that you are not what you call yourself to be.
Again, so if you believe that everybody is cisgender, then do any transgender people exist?
I didn't say everybody was cisgender. What I'm saying is,
that's not what I asked you. Can you just answer the question that I asked you?
ask it again.
If everybody is cisgender, then are there any trans people? Do any trans people exist?
Yes.
If everyone's cisgender,
Yes, so everybody's cisgender, which means you align. You would align with what you were. You align with the sex that you were born with, correct?
Your
That's what
gender
cisgender.
identity and your sex align.
Yes. Yes, I don't believe everybody believes that. I believe
I
some
know,
people
but that's
believe.
not what I'm asking you. Do you understand that I had a different question? Because what you answered was absolutely contradictory. If everybody is cisgender, then there aren't any trans people. The transgender people, they're the opposite. Cisgender and transgender can't exist at the same time. They're the
Yes,
opposite of each
I'm
other.
not stating that.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask this question
I'm not. Hold on.
one more
Hold on. Hold
time.
on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm not stating that trans people don't exist. Of course, there's people out there that have mental incongruencies, right? I'm granting that. Not
It's
a
not a
problem.
mental incongruence. It's an incongruence between your gender and your sex. But yeah.
It's still a mental incongruence. It's in your mind.
I guess I don't know if I agree with it in the way that you're saying it, but everything does ultimately come back to your mind. Like your gender identity exists in your brain.
Correct.
So yeah, I guess I agree on that front. But
Now, do I think they
the
should
way to
be?
word it like medically, scientifically properly is to refer to it as the incongruence between someone's sex and their gender. And it
Yes.
doesn't imply mental illness, I guess is why I kind of chime in.
I never called it a mental illness.
Which I'm not, I said implied, and I don't think that was your intention, which is why I'm kind of telling you how it is referred to in the medical and scientific community, so that we can take that implication away. Because again, I don't think you intended it either. I'm just saying that it was there, which is why I chimed in. So we can refer to it now as the incongruence between someone's sex and gender.
Sure, that's fine. I don't have a problem
Perfect.
with that. Yeah. So it's not that. Once again, it's not that they don't exist. Obviously, they do exist, right? But I don't think the point that I'm trying to drive home is basically if I do not agree that you are a woman, right, or that you are a man, that does not make me necessarily transphobic. It just makes me somebody who does not agree with you.
Okay, I'm going to ask this question one more time after all we've talked about, and I promise it's the last time. I just really wanted to answer it. Is it okay if I ask one more time? Okay, after all we've just talked about, Dr. JP, I really hope you were listening. I'm going to ask this question one more time. If everybody in the world is cisgender, in that world, would there be any trans people in existence?
If everybody's cisgender, is there any trans people that actually exist? I would. I mean, no. I guess if everybody's cisgender, right, that means everybody's aligning with the sex that they were born. Yeah, there would be no.
Good job. Okay, we caught up. That's so awesome. So in that world, if you believe that a trans woman is not a woman, that means that you believe that she is a man, correct?
One more time.
If you believe that a transgender woman is not a woman, that means that you believe that she is a man, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're so close. That means that if you believe that woman is a man just because she's transgender, that means that you believe that she is cisgender, correct?
If I believe a trans woman is cisgender, no, I can't. And the reason why I can't is because cisgender basically says that you align with the sex that you were born at birth, and they do not align with that.
But you believe that this trans woman is a man and male align, and they have both of those things, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that would make them cisgender, correct? Meaning that their sex and their gender align.
Sure, I would agree with that. Sure, why not?
Okay, that means that you believe that there are no transgender people in existence.
I see what you did
I
there,
hope
and I
that
love
you
it.
followed that. I really wanted to hit home with that. That is why you do not believe transgender people exist, and that is why you fit into the definition of transphobic that the host gave at the start of the live. That's all. Thank you for letting me run with that, Keaton.
I highlighted that too. I'm like, because I want to watch that back and reward it and write it down so that we have that, because that's actually a really good way to.
Painfully slow, but we broke it down every step of the way.
I think there's one small problem with it, but that just I can talk about later with you.
Okay, I'd love to.
Yeah, the only problem I see is that you're basically saying that that cisgender is based off of somebody's self-identity, not how other people view them. But that's the only problem that I would have.
Yeah,
there's
that,
probably
that
ways
he's
to.
imposing it is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Um,
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry. Go on.
So here's another thing. How do you think that we should treat trans people, Dr. JP?
How treat them?
Yeah.
Treat them like treating everybody else.
So we should we affirm their gender or reject it? Because if you reject their gender that they identify as,
Well, we're not really affirming most people's gender, right?
well, we do in most day-to-day thing. I would, by letting you go
So
into the male
I am a
bathroom.
male.
Yeah.
Hold on, I am a male, right?
Yeah, and transgender people are the gender they identify as.
Do you believe gender is a social construct?
Yes, but and if you want to say that that's something that like that a woman is an adult human female, I would just say that putting definitions can have you can have more than one meaning to a definition, and that definitions change over time.
Yeah,
Based
well,
off of how we use
I wasn't gonna go that route, but so I don't believe gender is a social construct. I believe gender is gender is not just an inherent sense of self. I think gender, like let's say a woman, which is a gender, is not just an inherent sense of self, but it's actually rooted in history that that compels of inequality and oppression, and also it really depends on when you transitioned, right? And at the beginning of time, when you're born, you're socialized with the smecks that you were born with. Not until later in time do you either socially transition or actually start medically transitioning.
That's untrue.
How so?
We have like for example the people of Turtle Island. We have this overarching term called two-spirited people. But in each individual like tribe they would have different genders, more than two over the course of history. Even though they may only see a few different sexes come up, male, female, and different intersex presentations is what I'm referring to here. But they recognized these people as transgender and raised them in alignment with their identity, and what we would call socially transitioned these people into living lives as who they are, as a third or fourth or fifth gender, depending on what location you're in and what tribe you're a part of. So that goes back, I mean, centuries, thousands of years at this point on Turtle Island. And that's just one of many examples. We've also got the Hijra people in India. And even legally, they're recognized as a third gender, and the same kinds of ideas where they're raised, affirmed, and even in some cases seen as like the leaders or the healers or the like speakers or like they're held in positions of like power because they're respected. Yeah. Exactly.
Like
so and, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's why that is untrue, that we've always existed, and we would what we would call been socially transitioning for all of history.
So the reason why gender is a social construct is because its meanings, roles, and expectations are created and defined by society and culture, not anything else. Does biological sex generally play a role and how a society and culture views these, yes, but that does not mean that it's not a social construct. It is entirely created by society and cultures, so it therefore has to be a social construct.
It is yes, gender roles are definitely a social construct.
Well, gender
But
roles are just part of gender, because its meanings, roles, and expectations are created by society and culture.
correct. But in order when I say in
Sorry
order
to interrupt. I'm gonna drop down for a few just to do some work stuff.
Oh yeah, I
I
was about to say
realize
that
the
hour's
time.
up.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll be back up in maybe like 20 or so minutes ish.
okay,
Bye,
bye.
guys.
Bye.
oh, there's another person. I didn't know there was another person on here.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Yeah, pomegranate's quiet.
Yeah, that's okay.
I have anxiety with talking with new people, so
No way at
that's
all.
why I do this. It actually helps my social anxiety quite a bit.
Yeah, I'll be honest too. It helps not having somebody face to face too. If you're on like the spectrum of any sort, it you
Not
don't have
di-
to not
not
diagnosed, but
diagnosed, but I do have major ADHD with anxiety disorders. So
yeah.
Well, I'll keep it cordial. I don't want to trigger anybody.
no, that's all right.
But
I'm getting better.
I'll just keep it cordial. I just think it's better that way anyway.
So at the end of the day, if you don't see them as existing, or that we should affirm people's care or gender because it leads to their well-being. If you were to do something that is against somebody's well-being, that actually leads to a contradiction in your worldview, and that's the fun part.
Okay, so I guess I would use the analogy in a sense, right? So if somebody has anorexia or bulimia, right? Do we affirm what they believe is true?
No, because if we affirm that, it would lead to their well-being being lesser. If we affirm people's gender, their well-being is better. If we deny it, it leads to them to us harming their well-being. And if you're harming somebody's well-being, you actually come into a contradiction to your worldview due to how we value our actions, and how in order to take actions, we must have our own freedom and well-being, so that the ability to do something without being coerced, and just the physical and mental well-being to actually be able to take these actions. If you think that you care about anything that you do, it necessarily is implied that you care about others' well-being, because otherwise you'd be special pleading that your freedom and well-being are worth something and that others are not.
But wouldn't you be then harming the anorexic or bulimic person's
Well, that's
mental
why
well-being by
that's
not
why we
affirming them?
no, because if we affirm their, like, it's not harming them. It causes physical harm to somebody who's anorexic if they don't eat.
Yes, I would agree with that.
It causes harm to somebody who's transgender if we reject their identity.
It doesn't cause physical harm.
It does.
No,
Because you
they can
mentioned
physically.
no, it does cause physical harm. Not only in just people bullying them and actually physically hurting them, but also in the way that if you are sad and depressed, it causes you physical, like it physically makes you worse off.
There's
Also, I
that.
can't speak for like all trans people, but with me myself, even I do have gender dysphoria. With mine, the mental pain does cause physical pain, because how your brain is connected and the neurons with your brain is connected to your body. So depending on how the mental pain is, it can cause physical pain.
Yeah, that would be the same thing with an anorexic or bulimic person.
But this isn't the same thing as anorexic or bulimic. Transgender is something different. You can try to make the comparisons, but they're not going to be the same. You can still try to use the analogy, but
aren't going to find exact comparisons with them because they're two completely different things.
Well, we're comparing the effects, right, of not affirming somebody's
And
belief.
if someone has extreme dysphoria like I do and is in a place where they can't do that, that will cause physical pain. I'm in a state that will not allow me to do a certain gender affirming care.
You're in a state that does not allow you to do this because your mental state. Is that what you're saying?
No,
No,
it's the
because
state has passed laws
Oh,
to
state.
not allow.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm thinking like mental state.
yeah, yeah,
it's all
And
right.
you're talking about a physical place.
yeah. So
I'm
we're
in a
in the
place where
US.
Think
of us.
yeah,
So,
I can't move, and the state I am in is extremely against transgender people and has a lot of laws against us. I have been fighting to go on gender affirming care for around 2 years now and still can't get on it. That does cause pain to me. Again, I can't speak for all transgender people, but I just want to let you know it still causes pain.
Yeah, you're talking about emotional and
It's more than emotional, because even emotional pain can hurt physically. You got to remember when you're feeling the emotions and even when you're feeling actual pain, what is that all connected to?
neurons.
Yeah, and which is connected to your brain. So no matter what, if it's mental can cause physical pain.
So can I ask?
So yeah,
How can this
there
not?
is a biological link between how we process pain and so like stress, anxiety, and depression. They can intensify physical pain by increasing muscle tension, altering brain chemistry, and
No, I
yeah.
agree with that. I agree with all that. I'm not arguing that. I don't have any
That's just
contention
because
with
our
that.
emotional physical pains are very much processed in overlapping areas of the brain.
But how can this also not be true with somebody who's suffering from anorexia and bulimia?
Well, that if we just don't let them eat, they are literally just causing harm by not eating. It's very clearly causing physical
I would agree with that. Thus, we should not affirm what they're saying they are, right?
Well, for anorexics, we should affirm that they are anorexic, but we shouldn't affirm the case that they shouldn't be eating.
No,
People
no, no,
need to
but
eat.
no. When
That
yes,
goes
well,
down to like not even just like beyond freedom. It's well-being at that point where it's fundamentally undermining their very ability to act. If you are starving, you cannot actually do anything. Your body is going to shut down. This is on a whole different level of just like if we, even if it might cause them a little bit of mental pain, if they're basically even to some degree being like forced to eat, it's far lesser than the harm that could come if they just don't eat at all. So it's kind of like which both sides are gonna potentially maybe cause harm to in some regard, but anorexic people, I'm not entirely sure because I've never met. I haven't done much research on anorexia, but I would imagine that it causes at least some sort of mental discomfort for them to eat, but their physical well-being is going to be much better as a result.
It does cause them mental discomfort, but
Yeah,
not
that's
as
what I
much
figured.
as not as much as it will, not as much as the discomfort and the actual physical pain it'll cause not eating. A friend of mine has it, unfortunately.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've actually never met somebody who has that, by the way, neither. So
I've known some people who have. I just haven't gotten too deep into it. I understand the very basics of it, and understand that they are feeling something that is very real to them at least, and that it's something that they struggle with, and it's something that we should be looking at. Just like gender affirming care, we should be looking at what's best to do based off of what medically is the case. And both, under this argument doesn't fall apart because under both, it's we're looking at what leads to the best physical and mental outcomes. Because I would say that even if like mentally somebody is anorexic and that they do eat, it causes them discomfort, but it can't be nearly the pain. I couldn't imagine it's anywhere near the physical pain that would come from like literally starving.
Yeah, I would think their pain would be worse from physically starving. Yeah, I would probably agree with that. So here's a question. Do you believe in order to be transgender, would you actually have to have a medical diagnosis, or can anybody just self-diagnose?
Well, that would be appeal to legality in some ways, where I think that
Well, it's
there
not
should be some
legality.
standards.
It's
Well,
actually
being diagnosed is generally based off of legal. It's in some way legal. It's based off of a set of definitions, and based off of even like the current DSM-5 standards, the only people that would be trans would be people who have gender dysphoria, and that's definitely not all of trans people. I think that there's definitely people who don't have gender dysphoria that are trans. They identify with the opposite gender, but they don't have the dysphoria that they feel uncomfortable in their body with.
wait. So if you don't feel uncomfortable with your body, right? Because let's say you were born a male, right, and you don't feel uncomfortable with it, how can you actually be trans then?
Because being trans is an incongruence between somebody's current gender identity and the sex they're assigned with at birth.
Okay, and how do we assign sex at birth?
Genital inspection.
Okay,
We
which is
say
their body, right?
we just say we look, oh, did this guy has a PP, they're a guy. This person has vulva and appeals female outwardly. This is a woman, or this is a female, and
Yes,
it doesn't actually determine anything outside of the external appearance. I have many issues with this, of how we do this, because this is just based off of outwards appearance, and outwards appearance is just one of many factors that play into something such as sex. You have things such as chromosomes, hormones, and much more that actually can help define sex in a way that better aligns with even just the physical person. It's just a very easy way that like we've done it, because it's pretty trivial of just being able to do a visual inspection. It doesn't require us to sequence somebody's genomes, look at their hormones, or anything like that. The problem with it basically is that, well, a lot of people assume that sex and gender or that sex is fully aligned with, like if you have outwards, if you have a penis, that you have XY chromosomes, and that your hormone profile is correlated with that. That assumption is not the case. It generally is the case, but there's many times where, oh, okay, that isn't the case. Yeah, gender and sex are they're complicated when you start looking into them more than just the base level. It's almost like our human words are used to describe phenomenon, but don't prescribe them. Crazy. Yeah, the idea that XXY binary is wrong, it's very funny because it's so obviously wrong because there are actually people who are born, or who actually have part of their body being XY and other parts of their body being XX. It's just like, it's like, it's very clearly not a binary at that point. There's what, like 16 different karyotypes that you can have. It's a lot. Yeah, exactly. It's the biology proves that it's not a binary. It's because we have a wide variety of like essentially way people like actually appear and how they're physically are, that it's that we can't neatly put them into two categories. That the moment that even one person falls outside of a binary, it's no longer a binary. It just becomes bimodal. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why we do it too. Is that it's I actually, this is the first time I'm running this line. I was looking because I actually had been reading papers about like how if people are affirmed, if trans people are affirmed in their gender, they actually end up having like exactly the same outcomes as cisgender individuals in terms of depression and almost anxiety. They have it appears to be slightly elevated rates of anxiety, but it's like nothing to be actually like. It's not something that would cause us to want to not affirm them at that point. It still makes sense to affirm them. Because if you don't affirm them, all of a sudden the anxiety rates go up substantially higher as well. So it's, yeah. And even this is just outside even medical transitioning. This is social entirely at that point. But yeah, there's also really good evidence to suggest that things such as gender affirming care lead to greatly beneficial outcomes. Oh, cool. Yeah, you could come up again. Multi-guest.
All right, I'm back. Sorry I left.
Other guests left as well.
Sorry.
Guest had a call, I think.
Oh. I'm making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Why not just have Uncrustables? Problem solved.
Don't make me
eating the Uncrustables, but I'm making this for my grandma. This is part of my job. It was so funny because I was going to give her broth and crackers, which she usually likes. And when I sat her down, she was like, instantly, without even asking, peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I was like, okay, we're going with PB&J today, I guess.
Does she just like how you make them?
I don't know. Maybe I have the preferable PB&J skills. Who knows?
That is something you must have.
Yeah, I actually got like slightly frustrated because I'm like, if you don't think the people are trans, then you don't think trans people exist. And I didn't know how to like explain it to him at first. And then I finally got to like asking all the little questions to hopefully help him realize that is why if you do not believe trans people are trans, then you don't believe trans people exist.
I would agree that he was frustrating. I mean, I understood what you said, but that's just me.
Yeah, having to break it down like that was like a little painful, especially since the first time I said, in a world where everybody is cisgender, then are there any trans people? And the first time he said yes, I'm like, bro, you are not following.
I probably would have
So,
asked
yeah.
clarifying questions regarding like, do you mean that trans people are being forced to be cisgender? Because like that's happened.
Yeah.
True.
But beyond that, it would have led to the same thing. But besides that,
I didn't like the comparisons he was trying to make between anorexia.
Ew, that happened? I don't like that either.
Well, because
I've never run that argument before where not affirming their care leads to a contradiction in the worldview, and I think I'm gonna run it more often because it's just brutal. It leads to direct logical contradiction that they can't get around. That you're making the claim that other people's well-being doesn't matter,
yeah,
while affirming your own.
It was fun though to like actually have it on, because you never know what ops are going to come up with, right? So it was fun to have an opportunity rise where I guess I could break that down.
Oh my god, I could slam Christy tomorrow on this.
Let's please.
Oh, that's gonna be brutal. Just no. Actually, Christy, you have a contradiction in your worldview.
I've only talked to Christy once on debate type things, and that was enough for me. I get extremely anxious about stuff, and then when my husband's brought into the conversation, I don't like that.
Oh, that's not good. That's no.
My husband has an intersex condition, and is also trans at that, because he aligns more with his male side than his female, and technically on his birth certificate it says female. And she asked me a shit ton, excuse my language, a whole bunch of questions on that, as well as trying to ask me why I was a trans man, and I just wasn't.
That's not cool. I've definitely seen Christy operate in ways that are like very like not just trying to be a GC, but also like trying to, I don't know, like make trans people feel inferior and dumb and all this shit. Like she'll just take whatever angle she can get sometimes to make you feel that.
That's a good thing about me, is that like it's really hard to get me ragey at this point. So like I can just remain linear and just slam them up being linear, and they can't like rage bait me anymore.
I'm just confused because she's like, "Why are you trans?" I'm like, I just am." Like I don't.
If we had the question to that, if we had the question to that, I don't think we'd be having this conversation, Christy. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just caught off guard, and that's why I don't debate her, because like I'm not there yet, and my brain, like I have learning disabilities, and it's hard for me to even make full sentences without sounding weird. So that's just not going to be an easy debate for me.
Yeah, and that's kind of the reason why I like, being, it is something that like I don't have really like I don't have much in the game in some ways. But like that's helpful for me to be able to not get emotional about it. And that's, emotions are really important for us to feel about things, but I also think that they can get in the way sometimes of us. Like it's very clear if you've ever watched much debating, when people get emotional, they start like sliding and clawing, and it gets really bad for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I try to like prevent people from doing that, because you can say some really stupid things too when you're when you're following your emotions. And like, not that that's a bad thing. It's just that our human brains kind of stop working well when we're emotional. So
I don't know when I get emotional. I have a hard time comprehending my emotions or what emotions are. So like it's just having a conversation with someone and trying to figure out my own emotions when I don't understand it. That's hard.
Yeah.
I'm learning. Delivering the sandwich.
I'm convinced Uncrustables was it must have been created by somebody who had autism, Must have been. Because only autistic people would be like, ew, crust. No, I'm kidding.
I can't stand. I barely eat bread because I can't stand the texture of it.
That's me and fish.
Fair. Only certain fish for me though.
There's certain fish that I don't mind, but I'd rather just be eating like chicken.
Oh yes.
Chimkins.
Chicken.
Dinosaurs were put on this earth to become chickens for us to
Yes.
eat.
I agree.
Just as God
I
intended.
I mean, isn't the chicken's ancestor the T-Rex?
Yeah, so chickens are direct descendants of avian dinosaurs.
Nice.
So when we put them into dinosaur chicken nuggets, it's kind of fucked up actually. It's like when you look at it, it's kind of messed up. It'd be like grinding humans into chimpanzee looking or into ape looking nuggets and serving them to another.
Oh gosh, yeah. No.
When you think about it too much, it's kind of messed up. It's the same thing goes for like plastic dinosaur or like plastic toys of vegetation, because or even just plastic vegetation because it comes from vegetation to begin with.
Yet it's not edible.
Yeah, it's not edible this time though. Maybe.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you. Do you disagree with the background?
Yeah. In a sense, yeah.
So why would you disagree that transphobia is not the problem?
Yeah, I think that it wouldn't be transphobia. I don't think that what you're doing is you're talking about transphobia. I think you're making a conflation.
I would say that it's actually the people who dislike trans people that are causing trans people harm.
Dislike trans people or dislike the ideology behind it?
Well, there's no ideology behind it. It's just facts and
Yes, there is.
and logic behind it. The
Gender
facts-
identity is ideology.
So the facts and logic behind it would be that gender identity leads to, or affirming somebody's gender identity leads to better mental outcomes, and denying it leads to hurting their freedom and well-being, and that leads to contradiction in the worldview. So you
Do you
Also,
think
you
that-
have a gender identity.
Do you think
yes?
that is
You have a
superior?
gender identity. I guarantee you.
Do you think that is superior to the criticism of how we should be using these spaces that are mainly for women and how that plays into women's spaces?
Well, that's a different discussion. You're currently stuck into a place where you have a contradiction in your worldview, where you're affirming that your that your well-being, freedom, and well-being is sufficient to grant you actions over others, but others.
No,
freedom-
I'm not a woman.
Okay, so here's the problem. By taking actions, you implicitly claim that your actions have value to you, and because they have value to you, you also value what is needed to take these actions. These
Sure.
there's going to be two things that you value necessarily. It's going to be the freedom, so your ability to make choices willingly and without coercion, and the well-being, so you physically being able to, and everything that helps you being physically fine. So this is going to include things such as being properly fed, not being in pain, and
Are you
other
going
things.
on a tangent?
No, I'm just explaining to you why there's contradiction in your worldview.
Okay, explain how there's contradiction in my worldview. What is the worldview that I presented?
Well, you don't need to. The only thing that you have to do is reject that we should be affirming people's gender identity. That's all you have to claim.
Okay.
And it leads to a contradiction.
Okay, so why should we have, right, somebody who claims the gender identity of a quote-unquote woman, right, going into the women's restroom?
Because to reject that would undermine their freedom and their well-being. And in order to make any sort of claim, you must have freedom and well-being.
So do you think, for example, people that want, let's say, people who want to cut off certain parts of their limbs, should we allow that to happen because it does help their well-being and it's their freedom?
It would be contradictory to say otherwise. So yes, necessarily that has to be the case.
Oh, so somebody with body integrity disorder, they want to cut off one of their limbs. You think we should allow that? You think we should affirm that?
It would be contradictory. Like, where's the logic behind saying
Right,
otherwise?
the logic behind it.
You
The
literally
logic
lead yourself
behind it
into a
is that
contradiction.
no, I don't. The logic behind it would be that we would not be affirming things such as bodily harm, right? When we're doing that, we would be disabling a person other for just one reason, which is the comfortability. And we don't always affirm comfortability. It's not a logical reason all the time.
Well, does it undermine an individual's freedom and well-being? I mean, at some point, you could say that
You could say
it's
plenty of
hurting the
things as
well-being
people's
that
freedoms and well-being.
it
Doesn't
could
make
be
it
the
right.
case that when you're chopping off parts that for no reason, other than you feel it's
Mm.
well, actually no, because it's still going to be.
Hmm?
Are these body parts causing severe mental distress?
Let's say that let's say there's a discomfort or distress.
Okay, severe mental distress. Then yeah, it would be medically necessary, generally seen to do so. And
Do
it
you
would
think
it
that
would
that
lead to
is
better
logical?
well-being. It necessarily is, because if you would to oppose that, you would fall into the contradiction that you're asserting your own freedom and well-being but rejecting others. That's just called special pleading, and that's a logical fallacy.
No,
Yes.
no, because then we would be disabling a person for no logical reasoning as to comfortability
Well, it leads to
whatsoever.
Would go
their
away and
freedom
they
and
would
well-being.
function fine. They'd adapt.
I'm sorry, what? Okay, anyway.
Oh,
So if
well,
I'm
you
saying that
asked
a
me a
trans
question. You
woman,
asked me what I said. Did you not?
well, you waited for a minute. I didn't know what you were saying. You sound like you didn't want to repeat yourself.
I had to get off mute. Excuse me. Um,
Hello?
what did I say? Sorry, now I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, their mental distress would be gone, and they would still adapt just fine and function just fine. So you're throwing around the word we're disabling them. Well, no, actually, you're taking away distress, and they're going to be able to function better as a result.
Disabling as in physical disability. You're giving them a physical disability,
So
which I
let's talk
deem
about
which I
this.
deem to be harmful.
I've used this before. It would be considered harmful if you were to take a small part of somebody's pinky, like just a skin level, might leave a scar, but just cut that off. It would be physically harmful for them. But in some cases where it would, if that part of them was causing them severe mental issues, where it was causing them huge amounts of dysphoria and not letting them live a normal life, causing this small amount of
Not
physical
the same.
harm would lead to better outcomes. It enables them to have
Not the same.
freedom and well-being. Well,
A limb is completely different than a small piece of your skin, for example. Like,
what's
for
the
example,
difference?
somebody who's born with a sixth finger, right,
What's
on their
the
pinky.
moral difference? What's
Is that
morally relevant reason?
Yeah, one is not necessary, and then the other, which would be a limb, would be necessary.
People
Yeah,
that
for
live without
humans.
arms. People born
Right,
without arms and they
but
live
not
fine.
right. They live fine, but they would be disabled. It would make their lives harder.
Yeah, it might make it harder. But
Exactly.
compared to beforehand, where they were unable to do anything due to the severe
I
mental.
feel like you're going on semantic, but it's not really working. So can we get back to the trans woman restroom thing?
Well, I grant that you don't want to get slammed in this hypothetical.
There is no
but
slamming. There is no slamming because then you're
it
telling
is a
me
slam
He's
because
afraid of the
it
laws
you're
of
telling me that it's okay for us to disable people based on what will and also comfortability? Absolutely
because it's
not.
taking away a different disability. That's the
Absolutely
reason
not.
why.
Do you feel the same way about a person who wants to unalive?
Well, I think that there's very many good reasons why somebody should be allowed to unalive themselves if their life
Whoa.
literally doesn't have any.
Have you ever heard of MAID? MAID?
Holy shit.
Have you ever heard of
Yes. Answer me.
I'm talking about schmuicide.
Yeah,
Yes, and I'm asking you if you've ever heard of MAID. MAID. Medical assistance in unaliving.
Yeah, that's different. I'm talking about schmuicide.
Oh my
Not that.
gosh.
Well,
That's not the same as schmuicide.
There is no
That
difference
is.
necessarily.
Yes, there is.
What's the
Yes,
What
there
is the
is.
difference?
Is when you are doing it, not
Okay,
when
there
a
are
medical
people
professional
who.
is doing it for
Okay,
you.
but there are still people who have extreme medical issues, such as cancer, that can be
That's not
terminal. Can I
schmuicide.
finish?
That's not
such
schmuicide.
as cancer that can be terminal, and they end up unaliving
This is a big
themselves
pivot.
because can I finish?
Hold on,
They
I
end up
just
unaliving themselves because they don't want to go through that. That would be schmuicide. Self-unalivement.
No, that would not be medical. That would not be medical.
No, that wouldn't, but I'm giving you another one where
Right. So
this
there's a
per-
difference between that, what you just said, the medical practice, and also
so
schmuicide.
medically assisted suicide is in fact not suicide. That's a wild take.
Do you believe that people should
and
be
I just
able to
dated
make
someone who wasn't
the
medical assisted in
decision?
it.
Do you believe that people should be able to make the decision to, let's say, schmang themselves?
I mean,
I'm gonna pause everyone for 2 seconds just to say, TikTok, if you're around, this is for educational purposes only. We are using these terms in relevant conversation and in accurate ways. We are using sources and stopping misinformation. So again, this is for educational purposes only.
I mean, if they have no reason and they just want to do it, no, because that directly contradicts.
So let's say somebody has depression, severe depression, right, going through unfortunate states of life, right, and then they decide that they want to commit schmuicide by schminging.
Well, that doesn't narrow it down that much. Depression has very, very broad different types. There's types that make
Okay,
it like debilitating.
you want to go
for
into
people.
detail. You want to go into detail. Okay, let's say a breakup, and then they want to schmang themselves. Would you be okay with that?
There's no reason to believe that this is going to be something that's going to go on for the rest of their life. That's going to severely impact them and cause them pain.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe that somebody with body integrity disorder is going to go throughout their life and then cause them complete distress or pain throughout their entire lives because of that limit.
Disorder? I've never heard.
Yes.
I was about to say, like, what disorder are we talking about? We can stay, like, logically
It's a
consistent.
mental disorder where you are unhappy and you have distress because of a certain limb.
Okay, well, host is looking it up too, but yeah, I'm glad that you named it. But we can definitely stay logically consistent with our beliefs on like gender affirming care.
I think it's odd. Like I don't know where this is getting into.
Can I
But
finish? Can I finish?
It's making
Thank
me
you.
uncomfortable.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you until I'm done because this is ridiculous. I was literally like 2 words away from finishing, and now you're gonna be muted for longer than you would have been before because you're being ridiculous.
That's the one who wants people to commit
We
suicide.
can definitely stay logically consistent when it comes to gender affirming care surgeries. We can even talk about the extreme distress that gender dysphoria causes that would cause somebody to attempt self-unaliving at really high rates, which you're saying you would like to avoid. I mean, hopefully the unaliving is last case scenario, and it is helpful in some scenarios, which we can talk about.
I'm sorry,
but
what?
things
This is a
like
self-defeating
gender.
problem with
Oh.
it too, because body integrity disorder, some resort to self-mutilation when they're unable to access medical professionals
Right.
willing to perform elective amputations. So it is necessarily
Which should
the
not
case
be
that,
approved. Which should not be affirmed.
well, they're just going to do it anyways. So we
It
should
doesn't
probably-
matter.
Well,
It
the
doesn't
fact that they're going to
matter.
do it anyways, they're going to. Do you
So just
believe that
because
they'll be?
people-
And let me ask my question. Do you believe that they would be in more harm by doing it themselves rather than a medical professional? Yes or
Not
no?
doing it at all. They would be more
Well,
helpful
that's
than
not one of the
not to do
options
it
I
at
gave you.
all.
I need you to answer my question.
That's
Do you think
based in a
no,
theory
no,
that they
I
will
need
just
you to
do it
answer my
anyway.
question. I need you. It's not a theory. It's
Yes, it
it's
is.
backed with evidence.
So if you're
It's
saying
backed with
self-mutilation, I come to the opinion that they should not do it at all. We should prevent both of
That's
those.
would
not
be
the
ideal.
question.
Okay,
The
we both
options
agree
We should
that.
prevent
are.
both of
We
those.
can all agree that that would be ideal, but do you think that they would be
Exactly.
in more harmed by doing it themselves or by a medical professional doing it?
It doesn't matter. Both are
Answer my
wrong.
question.
Both are
Which one is
wrong and
safer?
immoral.
Which one is safer?
So
You can say the medical practice would be safer.
But what do you say? Do
Yeah,
you say that?
Yeah, it would be safer for them,
Okay.
for
Oh,
them to
so
have
then
a
we
professional
agree
do it.
about that then.
There you go.
No, doesn't make it morally correct. No,
Well, it leads to contradictory.
It's safer.
contradictory to say
Yeah,
otherwise.
exactly.
So like,
it's not.
you're
It's
still
not
being
because if you're
slanderous
saying
contradiction.
you can say that, but you're not proving anything. So if you're saying that somebody that wants to do it themselves, right, versus a medical professional, having this amputation done, Like obviously the person doing it themselves, that's going to be more harmful. But both at the end of the day would just be inconsistent and it would be illogical and immoral.
Where's the contradiction? There's a contradiction here. You're
Yeah,
saying it's
because
illogical.
they're both based in comfortability.
What's
There's no
the
logical
P and
reason.
not P that I'm affirming?
There's
here?
no logical. Say what?
What is the P and not P that I'm affirming here? That is what what you're saying is when it's illogical. That means that there's either some sort of fallacy in the logic or there's a contradiction. So you need to tell me how my logic is fallacious or that I'm affirming a proposition and it's direct negation.
It's illogical when it comes to morality.
Okay, how is it illogical? You're not
Because
explaining.
if
You're
you're
just making a
saying
claim.
because if you are saying that you approve of people going around and let's say committing suicide if they are comfortable with that, if they are uncomfortable with living, for example, right?
I'm gonna chime in real
Then
quick.
that
Sorry.
is basically you approving
It's
of
not even about
suicide.
this. So can you hold your thought for 2 seconds? Sorry. Summer
I
and
thought you were
Winter is
complaining about
requesting
me
that.
being it.
No, I'm not. Not in this moment. Summer and Winter is requesting. Yeah, I saw the hands. I just wanted to chime in with that. That's all. Okay, continue.
Yeah, it just doesn't. So it sounds to me that you're kind of gratifying like
But you said
people.
it's immoral,
You know
according
what?
to what?
Like you're approving people committing suicide.
So the point
How?
here too is that you've made these
How
moral
is it?
claims, but you're not
Say that one more time.
justifying them.
How's somebody comparing like an elective surgery to
No, because
suicide?
I already asked the direct question.
Oh, I've got a call. 1 moment.
What was your question then?
Yeah, I asked the direct question. Would you approve of somebody schmenging, trying to commit suicide and schmenging themselves because of a breakup?
I don't think that like I wish that wouldn't happen. Are people going to do it regardless of what we do? Yes. Should
So
we?
Also,
if
there's a huge
people
symmetry
are going
breaker.
to okay, so
There's a
since
huge symmetry
so this is
breaker.
your framework, right? This is your framework. So if people are going to do it regardless, there should be nothing able to stop them.
No, I think that there's very clear reasons why we allow for medically assisted suicide versus just people going off and offing themselves.
I'm not talking about
For
medically assisted. That's not medically assisted.
yeah,
What we want
so
is the least amount of harm, and I think we can all agree on that.
I don't
Like,
consider medically assisted suicide. I think those two are completely different.
but like even in the case of trans people, like you don't want people to unalive themselves. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have no problem with gender affirming care.
So so even surgeries and such?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. If you're an adult, I have no problem.
oh, but then
Oh,
you're
okay.
under your worldview, you probably like you're destroying a body part, and that's just morally unacceptable.
No,
Because that's really inconsistent.
Yeah.
no,
Because
the
if
reason I
somebody
brought
has
that up.
dysphoria over like a part of their body that isn't related to their gender, and they have a consistent distress throughout their entire lifetimes, which is the symmetry breaker, by the way. A breakup is not going to cause you immense distress over
When
your
I
entire
that's not the
lifetime.
reason why I brought.
Oftentimes,
It's not gender affirming
oftentimes,
care. That was not the contention. It was the gender identity aspect. We should drop reality for said discomfort,
Oh,
which I don't
also,
agree with.
I don't understand what you
And
just
we
said.
should allow
Sorry,
males to go into the women's restroom. I don't agree with that.
so trans women shouldn't go in the women's restroom when they present as a woman.
Well, how do you present as a woman?
However they choose to. Like women present in lots of different ways.
Right. That's why I don't think that defines what a woman is. That doesn't make them a woman.
well, having strict definitions
What?
of women would just make you having strict. You can have these definitions for yourself. That doesn't mean that society accepts them.
I'm
That's the
worried
point. That's
about
the point that I'm making.
masculine presenting.
I'm
Listen,
exposing the inconsistency of how you guys perceive gender and also
There's
women and
no
men.
inconsistency so far. You haven't.
Okay,
shown
well
how
let's
it's
prove
women
it.
and not
worried.
Define
Okay.
a woman.
I'm worried. Sorry, just a comment real quick, and then we can get back to define a woman. But I'm
Go ahead.
worried about masculine presenting cisgender women and girls that would go into a women's restroom. I'm scared for women with facial hair. I'm scared for women that grow out their armpit hair. I'm scared for women that present in a way that you see as thinking that they
Me?
might be trans. I'm
Me? Are you
worried
talking about
for
me?
when you, yes, I am.
I never
I'm
said that
worried.
I want to see masculine presenting people or people with DSDs, for example, get pushed out of the women's restroom. That's not what I said.
Well,
Well,
I
you
said
did.
males have they have the freedom of their own will, and I think that they, with their own freedom and will, should stay out of the women's restroom.
well, people have
How would you
free will.
legislate? How would you legislate and enforce this?
I wouldn't.
Oh,
Then what
well,
would you do if you saw a trans individual going into the restroom or somebody that you thought was
Just
trans?
recognize that what they're doing is fucked up, and I think they would be a disgusting
how is it
person. I would
fucked
stay
up?
away from it.
What justifies it? Why ought we not let this happen?
Because you doing that destroys what we have, which was the segregation aspect of restrooms. Destroys what we
So,
have for protection and privacy from that said
there is
sex.
a segregation, so we ought to keep it enforced. That's
Yeah,
an is ought
yeah.
fallacy.
Sex
Well, how do you
You cannot
segregation.
justify
how do you
an ought
enforce
with an
it?
is. So
What are
you
you
just
talking
made
about?
an is ought
Justify it and ought.
fallacy. So ought is saying that what we should
I know
do.
what an ought is, but how? How was that an ought?
Okay. Well, but what you're saying what people should do. That's an ought claim implicitly. You're saying what people
Yeah.
should do.
What
That's
do
an
you
ought
mean?
claim. And you cannot use an is to justify an ought.
What are you talking? Okay, the reason we have this is what I'm saying. The reason we have this sex segregated space was for
It's because men
privacy.
were uncomfortable. It's
Was
because men were
privacy? Hold on. Was for
no. It's
privacy.
because no. It is
Can I
because
stop being
men
interrupted?
no.
Why am I being interrupted?
Because you're spreading
Hold
you're spreading
on.
misinformation.
Well, you haven't
Because you're
you
spreading
haven't let me
For
respond.
misinformation on this
We
panel.
know where you're going with it.
We
Like,
will interrupt with misinformation.
There was no
Yes,
misinformation because I haven't
yes, there
gotten to
was.
spoke.
Yes, there
I
was
have
because it was when women were entering the workspace and men were getting uncomfortable with
no.
periods.
well, that's actually what it
That's
was.
not why.
Yes, it
Can you
is.
stop muting me?
So then why do we have gender
Okay, so
neutral
now
bathrooms now?
this is a bad faith conversation. Why am I being muted
How is it
in the
bad
middle of
faith
me
when we're
talking?
actually providing accurate information?
Well, you have to let me get done with my statement. I
Bad
haven't even
faith.
made a statement.
Because what you're doing isn't bad faith
You
because it's
muted
spreading
me.
misinformation. I
You
don't have the
muted.
ability
You
to
keep
mute
muting
you.
me mid conversation.
I don't have
Summer
the
is not
ability to mute
muting
you.
you.
I'm gonna explain. It's me. I'm gonna explain, okay? Listen, I'm trying to let people finish. I'm trying to let people explain misinformation. And even if you have half of a sentence out of your mouth, if there is misinformation as a part of it, we will interrupt you. And we
Wait
will make
after.
sure that
Don't
we
have. That's
can
not how we do a debate. We don't just
address it.
interrupt mid sentence.
Oh, since
We
the
do
person
when
is
there's
trying to
We wait
misinformation.
until after you're done talking
No. Well, it's not your space.
because you don't
So
have any
I guess ask the
context.
host
That's why it's
how he wants it done.
disingenuous.
But
don't have any context. Interesting.
Well, you
Yes.
haven't justified
So what I
anything that
was.
you've said. You've just made these claims
Oh my
without
goodness.
justifying them.
I did justify them. I said when you do that, when a male enters the women's space, right? That breaks the safeguard that we have, which was the segregation of the sexes, and I don't agree with that.
Why
That's
ought
what I
we
said.
segregate the sexes?
Because
need
it's
to prove, you need
privacy.
to prove that
It's
that's
for
why.
privacy and protection
Then
away from.
you need to provide a source that says that that is the reason that they were segregated.
That's sex segregate. That we have sex segregated spaces.
That is your claim.
no,
Burden of proof
why?
is yours.
Why
Why?
should we protect them?
Oh, so you want to
Okay, so
complain
you're
about?
saying.
Hold on. Time out. You said that you wanted to engage in good faith. Yet when you make a claim, you don't want to fulfill burden of proof. Hypocrite.
Exactly.
No, I don't have the burden of proof. You have the positive claim.
Well,
You just
no,
said it
no,
isn't.
you made a
you
positive
listen,
claim.
Just made a
listen.
positive
This
claim.
is what
I
we're
just
asking you
just said it
about.
is, and then you just said it isn't. You have the positive claim. The
No,
burden
no,
of
no,
proof
no,
is
no,
on you.
no. You said that, quote, it's paraphrasing, but quoting you. You said that the reason that sex bathrooms or bathrooms were separated by sex was XYZ whatever, but
Which
it
is a
wasn't
negative claim.
actually the truth. The truth is that
The burden of proof
originally
is
there
on
were.
you.
No.
Negative
So
claims
I can
cannot be
tell you the
proven.
truth,
hold on.
but you made this
Okay,
Everybody,
go
claim.
ahead. Go ahead.
everybody.
I
You
want you
said
to find the
that
truth.
initially that we
But the
should
burden of
keep
proof is on
this.
you, not me.
No, you said that
Not
we
for
should keep
the
them
The
claim.
statement
segregated.
is about why bathrooms are separated as they are today. That's what we're
Yeah,
talking
and
about.
you said it isn't, so you have the burden of proof. You made the
No,
positive
because
claim.
that is a negative claim when it comes to negative
That's not a
claims.
negative claim. That's a
Hold on,
positive
Is
hold on,
claim.
hold
not
on,
is
hold
a
on, hold on.
negative. Do you?
No, it is not.
So, guest, you said that we should keep it separated. That's making a moral claim. You have not justified that.
I didn't say we should. I said why it is segregated. That's why we have the
Yeah,
segregated space.
yeah,
You made a
that's
positive
what
claim.
Summer and I
That's
are
not a
talking to him
positive
about
claim.
right
That would be a
now.
negative claim. If you're saying that no, it is not, that would be a positive claim. You have the burden of proof then
Well,
to
you're
prove
saying
how it
it
is
is.
not.
That's a positive. Is positive. Is not is negative.
No,
Saying
no, is
Hey,
not would
Like,
be
this
a
is just
positive.
basic. I don't
Hey,
understand how you don't know this.
Okay, prove to me how the spaces are not segregated based on sex and protection and privacy.
that's
Show
not
us how
how
you
burden of
don't
proof
have a
works.
positive claim, and then
Okay, so now
we'll
you're
go from
pivoting.
there. How do you not have the
Why do you
burden of
keep
proof
why there's a
by
bunch of
making a
pivoting.
positive claim?
There's a bunch of pivoting
Separated by
in this
gender.
There's
conversation.
no pivoting here because you're the one that made a positive
Okay,
claim.
the
You
host
want
is
to
searching it up. That's not a
Bathrooms were
positive claim. The
separated
host
by
is searching
gender
it up.
primarily due to the separate spheres the separate spheres ideology that emerged in the 19th century, which relegated women to the domestic sphere and viewed them as needing protection in public spaces. This is a
There we go.
misogynistic view. Misogynistic
There
view.
we go.
This
So I
is
was right.
No,
I was
listen.
right.
Okay, the first
Just
public
proved me right.
bathrooms. Okay, the first and I don't have a computer in front of me, but the first public bathrooms were only men's because women weren't
Okay,
allowed to go out. And let me finish.
where are you
And
finding
then
that?
let me finish. And then they added women's restrooms because they didn't want to be in the same space as the women that were in public because they were
Well,
typically
his source
serving
just
them and seen
disproved
as
you. I'm
lesser than.
confused. I'm
No, no,
confused.
no.
His source just
So
disproved you. What are we talking about?
The source says is that men saw women as lesser, that they needed to be protected, that they were being the
Right,
protectors.
which was for the privacy and protection. That basically supports what I just
So you
said.
think that women need to be protected?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, that's crazy. That's
Interesting.
absolutely
How is that
insane.
crazy? How?
So, hey, you said that this is some
You
sort of
think
moral
women
thing?
don't need to be protected from the male sex?
That's implicitly saying that they're lesser in some way.
No, they're vulnerable. There's a difference between
And
saying
how are they
lesser
vulnerable
and
to trans
vulnerable.
individuals?
So being vulnerable is lesser as well. It is still
And
No,
how
it
are
is
they
not.
how are they
When
vulnerable
you're
to trans
when you're saying that they're lesser, you're talking about character. I'm not talking about character. I'm talking about physicality. They are more vulnerable towards the male sex.
And
Are
how
you
how
saying? Oh, sorry.
and how are they more prone to some sort of violation from trans individuals?
Because yeah, trans women would be male or female. They're not.
And
They're
are
not
trans
just yeah.
women and are trans women a subcategory of women or men?
They are a subcategory of men.
According to which medical or scientific institution and what supporting evidence?
That would be an appeal to authority.
No,
No, it is.
no, it's an
No.
appeal
Yes,
to
it is.
expertise.
Oh,
There's
No,
a
that's an
difference. One is a
appeal.
logical
That's what
fallacy,
authority
and
is.
one is actually used. No.
That's what authority
So
is.
do you
No,
know
it
Yeah.
isn't.
you know what expertise
Yes, it
has?
is.
They have sources and
So if you're saying
citations.
Please
that
let
would
Can
me
I
still
please
be
pause us all again just
that
for
would
one
still be an
second?
appeal
Can
to
I
authority.
please? This is
please
driving me insane.
no
I need to get better at this too, but I think we all need to mute when someone else is speaking and try to take turns more for accessibility than anything else. I try to be conscious of this conversation, at least even just from my own neurodivergent brain. The overlap is making it so that it's kind of short now. So there are also people that use speech to text, and we need to be conscious of that as well. So let's just try to mute when other people are speaking, guest included. Even if you're quiet, guest, I just want you to mute until they're done, unless they have misinformation, and then you can unmute and
Well,
interrupt.
they were
And
done. They just said
so
that
I
they just
didn't
asked me a
say you
question.
did anything wrong. I literally am addressing the entire panel, and you just interrupted me again, which is kind of my point. So if you were muted, that wouldn't have happened. So we're going to try to mute even if we're not speaking while other people are speaking. That's all.
Does this
Thank you.
apply to you?
Yes, it does. I was about to mute before you
Okay.
said that,
I was
so
in
I'm
the
doing
middle
it
of
again.
answering a question,
and I was going to disprove how it's not an appeal to
right?
authority.
And then everybody started laughing, and then we're talking at the same time. So that's what
So an
happened.
appeal to authority is insisting that a claim is true simply because a valid
Mhm.
authority or expert on the issue said it was true
Right.
without any other supporting evidence offered. What I asked for
Right.
was the supporting evidence. Hate. What I asked for was not an appeal to authority. I asked for the supporting evidence. So no, what I was asking for is not an appeal to authority.
I don't
So
know
want to try again?
that
You
are
made the
Repeat what you
positive.
asked me. Why do I keep
You
getting
made
muted?
you made the positive claim that
Repeat what you asked me. Stop pivoting.
I asked you, are transgender women a subcategory of women or men? And
And
you
then
said that
what?
they are men. You made the positive claim that they are men.
And then what did you say after that?
And then I'm asking you, let me finish, Hate. And then I asked you, name the medical or scientific institution that agrees with you and offered their support.
Right.
Hate! Let me finish!
That would be an
No, because let me finish. And
appeal
ask
to it.
you, no, I'm asking you, why don't you let me finish, Hate? Why don't you let me finish?
Because you're lying.
Appeal to authority without any
Yeah,
other
that's
supporting evidence offered. I asked you for that supporting evidence.
that's exactly what you just. That's exactly
Okay.
what you just did.
I'm asking for what I asked you for, Hate, was an authority with the supporting evidence. You can roll it back even.
No, you asked me, right? What scientific community
asked you-
supports what I just
no,
said?
No, you're
Yeah,
strawmanning
which
me.
would
You're strawmanning-
mean
you're strawmanning
which would
me.
imply that I
Hate,
need
stop
one.
strawmanning
to-
me.
Hey, do you think that we should
I
get
said-
definitions from?
Why do I keep getting muted? This is such bad
Hate.
faith.
Because you
strawmanning
won't
me.
respect the rule that I said.
I'm the one talking, and they're interrupting me.
No,
Hate,
you are
you're strawmanning
interrupting.
me.
I'm the one
Not letting them
talking.
finish, and I am only
That's
muted
bad faith, man.
whenever you are interrupting people and not
It's
letting
such
them
bad
finish.
faith.
So I need you to calm the fuck down about
Cole.
muting, because
what
I'm
I said-
only doing it when you're interrupting people. I
What I said-
swear to God. Thank you. I have to go do a work thing real quick. Ugh.
No, I'm just not gonna let somebody who keeps interrupting come up here and just continue to interrupt. No, I
Exactly.
kicked
We're
the
not
mag
going to get
off.
anywhere that way.
I'll put it on my chest that I kicked them because I don't want somebody interrupting constantly.
Is the conversation over?
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay, sorry, my volume was turned out. That was overstimulating for me.
Why'd you drop me? Because you kept interrupting. If that's too hard for you to understand, that's your problem. Oh yeah, we also interrupted you, but we had good reasons to because of the misinformation you're spreading. This is also
Yeah,
my opinion, not yours. Wah, wah, wah.
And
If you
then
don't like
he
it,
cried
you can
about
leave.
it when I muted him, when I told him I would mute him if he was over speaking people. Sorry, drove me absolutely nuts.
Strawman me and say I'm bad faith. That's wild. I love when people strawman and then say it's bad faith. It's just absolutely wild. Yeah, I mean, there's really no good reason why we keep. I can understand why changing rooms, but in particular, might be segregated still. But I think it's just an issue that we don't have privacy in changing rooms. Still.
I don't like changing rooms.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like that. That's just a whole different issue. Bathrooms
Most
in theory should be pretty private.
I believe most people don't want to change in front of others.
I mean, I used to be on a dive team, so like I don't know. I guess I got used to it, but it still was uncomfortable at first. But
We had to do it all the time in track before I couldn't do track anymore. I was still uncomfortable with it. It was. I don't like changing in front of others. It's weird, in my opinion.
That's why I think we should just have like more stalls that are more private, and even in that case, like even with showers at that point, I mean that's going kind of far. But if you have stalls that are private enough, I don't even see why in that case, sorry, car door real quick. I don't see why even in that case there would be a problem having a gender neutral space as a locker room. Again, you have heightened accountability at that point, and everybody still has like privacy. So, I mean, obviously I guess people could abuse it in certain ways, and I can see that happening as well. I don't think there's a perfect way to go about it, and that was kind of just like extreme end of it. But yeah, at that point, the accountability is just so high. If there's a shared space outside of the showers, once you're like dried and dressed in a different space, that would be like, I don't know if you've been to places that have like the little, usually it's curtains, but you have a little space outside of the shower where you can like dry off and get dressed and stuff. That's still like private and dry. So it would be something like that.
No.
Doesn't Japan have a system like that, especially with their bathrooms? Don't they have a system like that?
I need to look into it more, but I know there are different places across the world. That's how we get these studies, and this metadata. When we look at the assault rates in countries like ours that have it segregated versus other countries that have gender neutral bathrooms, locker rooms, whatever it is, that show that the assault rates actually end up being lower. And honestly, like, again, assaults are going to happen, and they're going to happen in different places. And bathrooms will be that place sometimes.
It
Locker
might
rooms will be
Oh,
that place
definitely.
sometimes. But if the rate is lower, then why aren't we going with that,
it might be even the case that initially it leads to spiking cases, and then it goes lower. But like at some point, like you can just look at the statistics of what is going to be happening and see that it's going to lead to lower overall. And it's kind of like biting the bullet a bit, but like it kind of needs to happen if we just want to protect more people.
The public bathrooms we have now are extremely dangerous. Period. I mean, they're public. For
Plot
one,
twist.
and then
It's just America that's unsafe. Plot twist.
and the stalls we have are just these tiny boxes that have these big gaps in it, not just under the floor, but even where you lock the door, which causes so much problems. So why can't we just have I forgot how to put this in words, but like separate. It's like a same bathroom, but like each stall is like their own
room
bathroom, if you know what I'm meaning.
Yeah, they have like actual
Yeah.
rooms with doors that completely shut, at least within a good margin.
Floor to ceiling, lock, all that good
Yes.
stuff.
Because
isolated
that is so
stalls
much
is a good way to put
safer.
it.
I was hurt in a public bathroom by a group of women because of the gaps in the stalls.
I'm so
And
sorry.
It also just
It
seems to like
happened
people being able
so-
to spy on other people and like be perverted in that sense.
It happened back when I was in elementary school, so like I've gotten better at like talking about it now. But like I use this as an example now that I can actually fully talk about it to why I don't like public bathrooms, because it is completely public and the stalls are not safety regulated. These gaps are there and they cause problems.
There's also like a higher chance as if we have like a gender neutral bathroom that there's somebody else there to help, help somebody who is in a situation that needs help. Versus, 'cause,
Exactly.
like, you'd be surprised
That
on how
heightened
little
accountability is probably why the rates are so much lower.
a lot of people will stop doing bad things if they know that they're being watched, especially if it's in like a private place where they if they're trying to do something that they expect to be hidden. If it's people know of it, it all of a sudden discourages them a lot more. Do we want another guest or?
I mean, if we have someone requesting, that's not gonna disregard rules. If they're respectful and mute when they're not speaking, then sure, let's go for it.
Okay, we'll try. Hi, Hot Takes. Could I get your age and pronouns, please?
34 and any.
Okay, do you disagree with background?
I was just hopping on to chat with what you were talking about, really.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I was curious, and as for rules, sorry, I don't see any listed, so I just want to check that what are your rules on your live so I don't overstep.
Oh, we just don't want people overspeaking, mostly, and being respectful to each other. That's really it. I mean, I probably should post them at some point.
Okay.
But,
Alright,
yeah.
good. So it's nothing, there's not like not any specifics beyond basic human respect.
Yeah, and like, use TikTok friendly server or the friendly language.
Yeah, I know what
Obviously,
you mean. Like the
yeah.
offensive word. If I do talk over you, just bear in mind my Wi-Fi is a bit slow, so it won't be intentional. I do promise. So I was curious because you were talking about the gender neutral bathroom issue. If you were aware that like most miscarriages are out of the home, and therefore are in public toilets, and if that's something you've considered when feeling that toilets should be gender segregated rather than sex.
Well, I think that it's kind of one of those things that, like, I don't know why we segregate them in the first place. Like it was caused. We initially did it because men thought that women were lesser was the initial reasoning for a lot of it, and then we've just kind of gone with it. I think that definitely that's you're kind of talking about something that's medical situation that yeah it's going to happen, and I think that that people still need privacy for that. Um, I just didn't see how it would actually hurt the case for like a gender neutral bathroom if they still have privacy.
Yeah. Can I give my 2 cents as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. So being a person with a uterus, I feel like um, this is something that I can speak on more as well. Also being somebody who would love gender neutral spaces as far as like restrooms and changing rooms go, but just with private spaces within them, I think that if, because I totally understand you and in that worry, I think if that were happening even in a women's restroom, I would probably like try to block off the door for them and the space for them and just say, someone's having a medical event right now. They just need to get through it. They need some privacy, just stand outside the door and give them the time that they need because it's going to be public regardless. Even if it's just, will it be in front of women or will it be in front of women and men and non-binary people and the like. So I think that I would at least ask if that person wanted that respect going through that situation. And I think the same would go for a gender neutral restroom. Um, I do see where you're coming from, absolutely though, because we do deserve privacy. I also think that if it were to happen and we just had gender neutral restrooms, so that was where it was taking place, I think that people without a uterus would be a lot more understanding of the normal biological functions that our bodies have. I think it would just be over time a more normalized thing for people in general, no matter what your sex or gender is, to realize, like people sometimes have medical episodes like this in bathrooms, and we just want to respect them and do what we can and leave them alone otherwise, So yeah, that's kind of where I stand in my 2 cents. Thanks for muting up for me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, so I see where you're coming from as well. Like I do. I don't have any issue with truly gender neutral toilets where it's wall to ceiling, like floor to ceiling walls, and a sink on the inside of that, so that you're not having to, because I'm sure you've also had it where you've had to like scrub period blood out of your jeans, or a miscarriage is actually not a medical emergency. There's no requirement to go to A&E. It's not like a 999 call. And many women, and I'm assuming also trans men, will have dealt with that themselves and cleaned up themselves. And I think there's a difference between the sink and all services being from within the cubicle versus them being shared, because I think it's undeniable that like the AFAB experience of things like that feel much safer away from AMABs. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually like what I unmuted to say and when you were done, is that I absolutely agree with that. I mean, again, I think it would normalize things more, and I kind of have an interesting take on this, to be quite honest with you. You're going to get a higher level of accountability if the sinks are not within those spaces. And I would hope that, again, with time, that this would just become a normalized thing to where even men and people without uteruses wouldn't like think twice or judge people, because like we already have that kind of acceptance within women's spaces typically, and that kind of camaraderie that comes with that. And I think men just being like around somebody cleaning period blood out of their jeans. I mean, I think it would be nice for people who are uncomfortable with kind of having that display be something that desensitizes people who go through different biological processes than us. Um, if you don't want to be that display and that kind of help, like I think you should have your own space. I think that's a really good point. So I think having the options would be good, but still having mostly just like a general room for people to like wash their hands. That's where you're getting a lot of that accountability from as well.
So it could
Yeah, so
also,
I think
what I was gonna say is that like it could also be the case that we have like one or two handicap stalls that are built for accessibility and have the sink inside them for these cases where somebody wants more privacy.
Enough handicap stalls, so yes.
I agree to an extent as a wheelchair user that does need handicap stalls. Because if you're not a wheelchair user and it's not like there are a bunch of stalls open and you choose that one for that reason, I now have to hold my piss. And there are some people that are disabled in ways where they can't hold their piss. And so I don't think that handicap stalls and these spaces where you have a private sink should be the same space, if that makes sense. I think we should have both, but I
Yeah.
think that they should be separate.
Where Texas is where I live, we don't have a lot of handicap stalls.
It's just Texas.
And I switch between a walker and a wheelchair. And I am one of those people who cannot hold my bladder due to medical issues. So I agree with you there, Cole.
Cole, remember the video I sent you yesterday about Colorado that was like, we ain't Texas?
Yeah, that was a good use of that song.
Yeah, it's
Texas hates Texas too.
yeah, there's a video that Governor Polis, the governor of Colorado, posted about, like a bunch of Texans coming to Colorado because of all the great things that we do, and it's like, we ain't Texas.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Des. I know we've kind of veered off for a moment here. We'll make sure we do get to address all your questions at some point. Sorry.
Just to follow on from like what you said, so I see what you mean. I see like it would be great if we lived in that world, but the reality at the moment is that 1 in 6, but depends on the statistics you look at, but between 1 in 3 and 1 in 12 of those AMABs have committed rape or domestic violence. Does that not change like the lived reality of a shared sink space being dangerous? Do you not think that there are AMAB people that would fully take advantage of a woman who was distressed enough during a miscarriage in a public area that they would?
I don't see.
I think.
I thought that.
Sorry,
of,
I
like,
just think that
sexual assaults and stuff
public
happen-
accountability.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think a lot of like sexual assaults happen in public. I think they happen in private.
Somebody else would even if it were to happen, that public accountability now comes into play. There is going to be someone there who, if they won't take care of the rapist themselves, they will go talk to somebody who will take care of the rapist themselves.
You've misunderstood me. I'm not saying that they would. There's two things. One of them is the actual perpetrating, which I agree. Maybe that. I mean, I think AFAB people on their own have their own accountability for that anyway, because the massively reduced crime rate risk. But also just the idea that, let's say in the 100 people that go through that toilet, the statistics show that a lot of them are going to be rapists and domestic abusers. Is it not better at the moment, the way society is, until that is leveled out, that we separate vulnerable people? Like it's the same as having black only spaces.
I see where you're coming from to an extent. I definitely don't think it's a change that would happen overnight. And like even studies we have on educating kids about bullying increases shortly after that, but then it drastically decreases. So like this kind of shows how this process of desensitizing people to certain things may take place in other areas as well, in my opinion. As far as it goes, again, not going to happen overnight, but it definitely is something we should start shifting towards, and these conversations are important for that reason.
So your idea would be.
Most
So your idea
assaults
would be.
don't happen in public either. They're happening in private locations by somebody that the
It's
individual
both.
Oh,
knows.
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
both.
And
Before I
like,
forget really quickly, we would segregate all spaces from these men, which, by the way, not AMAB people, because AMAB people also describes trans women, and these statistics are not on trans women, they're on men. So in this case, we would go with their gender. These statistics on men being the perpetrators of crime in large majority, we would love to segregate every space from all of the perpetrators. So it kind of rolls over into like when I go to the grocery store, should I just like avoid all the men? Like, I mean, I'm usually just minding my business anyways, but like it's not segregated in other public spaces, so we're exposed to them in the same kinds of ways, if that makes sense.
Just quickly, so I didn't know that was something that maybe we'd disagree on. Do you have any sources for AMAB criminality changing based on gender identity? Because that's not true.
We can just
AFAB criminality stays the same regardless of gender identity, and AMAB.
Well, it depends on the study that you're looking at and whether it's based off of gender or sex, but largely they're based off of gender. And you can see drastically reduced perpetrator rates, I guess,
But
within
where
the
do you
trans.
see?
Can I finish, please? Thank you. Within the trans community, and you can also see extremely high victim rates. We are assaulted at much higher rates being trans people, which is probably why we don't assault as many people, because most of us have been assaulted. And empathy comes into play there real quickly. Yeah, we do have studies that show this, but you would just have to show me what source you're looking at and reading from, and see if they use sex-based language or gender-based language to know for sure. So it may be with the study you're referring to, AMAB people and not men. I wouldn't know unless I would know which study. So.
Well, you can go based on the Ministry of Justice statistics for the UK, where 62% of I've got my own brain confused. 62% of AMAB. I'm trying to be diplomatic, but I'm also trying to word what I mean. Trans women, 62% of trans women who are in prisons in the UK are there for sex crimes versus 18% of cis men. That's a government published statistic, and it has, obviously, any study relating to that has to collect both sex and gender identity. So we can see I fully believe that trans women are penalised much harder than cis men. I don't doubt that at all. But I don't believe that would account for 62% of trans women in UK prisons are there for sex crime.
That is a new statistic.
240. There's 245 trans women in prisons in the UK, and 151 of them are there for sex crimes. In other countries, that could be accounted for the fact that trans women are more likely to work in the sex trade. But in the UK, it's not a crime to sell sex, so it's not relating to that. In other countries, it's harder to tell because some of it can be trans women being prosecuted for selling sex. In the UK, we don't and can't prosecute people for selling sex, so it can only be other SA-related crimes. Ministry of Justice, so it's not like a biased study that has been done with someone with an agenda. It was a Freedom of Information request. So to me, that shows the same data shows trans men. And the statistics are the same as what you'd expect for any other AFAB. So I'm interested if you've got any other statistic that would deny that, because I see no reason why, if you're raised as AMAB, why your gender identity would change your propensity to violent crime.
Do you guys deal with, and when I say transphobia in this one instance, I am referring to like, more like the structure of racism. So like having a lot of eyes on them when they're out in public, judging them heavier for things that you wouldn't typically notice about somebody else, microaggressions and macroaggressions, like more that would ultimately lead to like more, because we have a lot of of black folks in our prison systems, but that's simply because cops seek out. We have studies that show that cops will like see that somebody is black and they're a lot more likely to pull them over or prosecute them with something or detain them, whatever it is. And even people who didn't commit the crimes that they're in prison for, we still see a ton of black folks in our prison system here because of racism in America and how our prison system is set up, how it started to how it is now. And I would think that in other countries, if there was a transphobia that presented itself in similar ways, especially for trans people that don't pass, that can't go stealth, quote unquote, I definitely think that it could account for some of, maybe even a lot of that percentage.
I think potentially some of, but there's no reason someone would ever know that someone was trans versus gender non-conforming. I'm a butch woman who's regularly mistaken to be trans, so I don't see how that could. Surely, if that was the case, then we'd also see gay men also further prosecuted with a 62% statistic, but we don't.
Well,
Your sexuality
problem
isn't
here.
presented like your gender is.
There's one massive gaping problem here that I see. People who have been sexually assaulted are far more likely to commit sexual assaults, and trans women are the highest in terms of being violated. So is it because they're trans, or it's because that they have much higher rates of being violated?
Well, damn, you found that connection quick. Sorry.
It's actually little AFABs who are more likely to be SA'd in childhood. And I
Maybe
agree
in
with you.
childhood, but overall, it's transgender women experience the highest rates of sexual assault, just outright flat.
Mhm. Right,
So
but I
we
don't
would
see
expect them
that.
to
It would
see.
be like black trans women, but yes.
Right, so but regardless of the reason for that, they are still then perpetrating at the same. I believe, even though the statistic is 80
Well,
and
but
62.
is
Sorry,
it
can
because
I
they're
just
trans,
say?
or is it because
Sorry,
they were
can I?
violated more often?
I don't know if it matters if you're violent.
It
You're
does.
violent.
It does. It does matter.
What?
We have evidence.
What does it? Sorry, what does it? Because most cis men who commit sex crimes were abused as children as well. So
Yeah.
what does it change for you?
It changes the fact that it's the abuse that's causing these people, not them being trans, that's causing these
I
people
don't
to have
think
high
it's them
rates.
being trans. I don't think it's them being trans.
So then why does it
I think
matter
it's them-
at all?
Because it's only AMABs that you see that
So
pattern
should we
in.
just have a
It
separate bathroom
was
for people
here.
who have been sexually assaulted?
Can I?
'Cause
So,
that's
real
what this
quick,
is
real
what
quick.
implies.
Keaton, real quick, and this is for you too, guest. We were discussing how the studies were based off of either sex or gender, which is what originally brought it up. And then I said that trans women shouldn't be like included in those studies because the rate of them assaulting people would be lower. So I was wrong, and I just need to say that right now. And that is also why I believe Guest was like talking about that originally. You taught me something today. Guest taught me something today. But yeah, it's consistent. Now that I've admitted I was wrong and learned
I
things.
don't actually
Wow,
know that
people learn
it's.
things.
I don't think that's actually the case that they offend at a higher rate. Even I haven't seen any data
Yeah,
that suggests
and I'm
that.
unsure
It's
about
just that
that, but
there's a
Can I
higher
just
percentage of
finish
them.
because I was sort of talking and I appreciate
yeah, go ahead.
that you know. So if it's the transphobia and if it's only because of this sexual, why do we not see trans men offend at the same rate? Because trans men who have been sexually abused as children, they're not committing sexual related crimes on the same level as cis men. It stays at the same as other AFABs, but they're still trans.
So they are
Trans
committing
men
crimes. The
are
thing is, the thing is, I don't know about in the UK, but in the US, a lot of, and I'm just gonna say, female assigned at birth, because I forgot how you put that in acronym, aren't actually put on trial for sex-related crimes as much as males are. From what I've seen anecdotally and just statistically, they aren't entirely believed that they could commit sex crimes.
Yeah,
Again, I don't know about in the UK. I'm from the US, so
I think that I still don't think that particularly changes that the data shows that regardless of gender identity, if you're AMAB, you're as propensious to commit a crime
I don't
related to sex.
think you being male or female will make you higher to commit. Yes, males, I
You
do
don't
know.
think that?
I don't think that being a male inherently means you're going to commit crime. No.
I think
No,
it's
no,
how
I
you're
don't.
raised.
I didn't say
Can I
inherently,
add
but
something? Because males and like I'm AFAB, so I was raised as a girl and a woman, and my sister is a MAB, so she was raised as a boy and a man. Sorry, I didn't want to get that mixed
So
up. So
here's
I've seen both of these things happen, and we were raised with totally different expectations. So I'm hearing three things right now: the expectations and patriarchy that's put onto men, or AMAB folks in this case, growing up probably contributes. The fact that they're prosecuted at higher rates because they are AMAB probably contributes, and the fact that they are assaulted in their lifetime as trans women also contributes to their actual that's the only thing that is actually indicative of their likelihood to go assault someone else in that way. The other two things are just kind of how the system works and sets them up for that, if that makes sense. It
I
sounds
would
like it's a
say
combination of these
Right,
two.
but cis men don't have those things, and they're committing sex crimes in exactly the same rates. So what do you feel is the
They were
difference?
raised as
are you
men,
saying that
just like trans women.
women do this, offend at the same rate? Because I would say that they probably I haven't found any statistics that shows what trans women offend at. I only see that the percentage of the population and percentage of them that are in prison for sex-related crimes.
Right, which reflects the criminality pattern, doesn't it? So it's 18%
No,
for cis
no,
men.
it reflects how our society prosecutes people. Because if people are going to be like we said beforehand, men get convicted more often or prosecuted more often for sex-related crimes.
But does that mean you don't believe men are the oppressors of women? Like men are not committing those crimes? I'm not sure what your point is.
What
Do
I'm
you
saying
demand
is
men
that
as a group?
transgender individuals, they're going to be males and they're going to be prosecuted at higher rates than the rest of the population.
Right, which would
when
bring
it's
it to
only
18%, the same as any other male, right? Not 62.
3.3% of the women in the population were transgender, or were out of the sex offenders. That's compared to the standard of the UK of 0.5%. That's not a huge. I mean, that's like
62.
Okay, let me break this down real quick. It's 62% of the trans women that are in your prison system right now. That does not at all reflect the entirety of the trans population that you have either, which is something I'm just now like, why are we acting like this group, even if it's a big group of people, over 200 people, big-ish, depends on like science and stuff, but
right. Because we can compare what we can compare it about. You're right. You can't compare it to the general population, but you can compare it to the cis male, because you said males are more likely to be charged for violent crime. You're right. They are. I believe they are more likely to commit it. But you can compare that 62 statistic to the 18%, can't you? Because it's 18% of cis men in prisons are there for sex-related crimes, and it's 62% for trans women. I would agree with you, should it only be a 10-15% margin, but 18% to 62%? You can't deny that there is some level of criminality that is the same.
It's 58.9 according to the 2020 Ministry of Justice data.
According to what year?
2019. That was the most.
Okay, we're 2025. So if you look for 2023.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can cherry pick, but it's going to be around.
Yeah,
6%.
and
I'm not cherry picking.
I also gave you 3 reasons. Can 3 reasons all collectively together be enough? Like what would be enough of an explanation for you? Because we can talk about it, sure, all day and come up with these different reasons that have evidence behind them. But what's going to be enough for you to be like, oh yeah, that makes sense now?
Because I
What's
think you're
the
coming at this with your conclusion first and you're looking for the evidence to get there, but there is no evidence to believe that an AMAB feeling like they're not AMAB makes them less likely to commit crimes at the same rate as an AMAB.
would you say
What do
that
you mean by feeling like they're not AMAB? Sorry.
Well, an AMAB who identifies as not male, as not a man. Why
We
would that?
still know our sex.
Okay, sure
Yeah,
then.
I
You
was
can
about to say
rephrase.
that.
So,
I
like,
can rephrase
I'm a
that.
transgender man. I know that I was born female, and I don't deny that I was born female.
Mm-hmm. Do
So,
you think you were raised with male privilege?
no, I was not.
Okay, so do you think you would commit crimes on the same rate as men?
Well, I don't know if I would. I've committed crimes before, but I don't think I would commit SMEX crimes. No.
No, so do you align with the rest of men as a political class when it comes to violence, joining the army, killing people?
I don't think men are inherently violent.
I
So
didn't say they were inherently.
that's what you're implying.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying inherently. I'm saying socially, actually.
Neurodivergent is someone help.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to ask is, I think you said she, her pronoun, or you said any. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Misinformation is always worth an interruption. I think what they're trying to ask is, like, do you hold yourself, even if it's not the typical standard of man, because, like, we all have a different idea slightly of, like, what a man is, but do you hold yourself as a trans man to the same standards that you would hold cis men to?
In ways, yes. I would, like, if a cis man did something bad, I would hold them accountable. And if I did something bad, I would expect people to hold me accountable in the same way.
Okay, here's one more clarifying question for me as well. Just as another trans person who online is perceived as a man sometimes, when I say it's all men until it's no men, I mean anytime somebody is perceived as a man, they have the power and privilege to call other men out when they're performing behaviors that they would only perform around other men.
I agree with
That's
you.
kind of where I'm at. So would you like hold yourself to that same standard as well as a trans man?
Yes, exactly. I agree with you on that.
You
I will
Awesome.
hold myself accountable and hold other men. I even hold my father accountable for the shit he's done.
Oh, this is highly
Yeah, so
problematic.
you have misunderstood what I meant. What I meant was
Hold on, the overwhelming majority of these offenses were committed before they identified as trans women. Wah, wah, wah. So these actually were cis men.
So you mean people pretend to be cis men, violent cis men pretend to be trans women to access female spaces, is what you're saying?
No, not at all. But also, I think that you were incorrect in the fact that they like a trans woman before they come out, they're still a woman before they come out. Like it doesn't matter if they're out or not, they're still a woman. So
And
that
in
like
what, okay,
never
in what
were
way?
cis.
In what way, pre-transition, okay, in what way does a trans woman not have the exact same male privilege as any other male?
They would. I don't deny that.
So, but we agree, right, that male privilege is what leads to men as a political group being more likely to commit violent crimes. We agree with that, right?
I said that's one of the factors. Yes.
Right. So, which factors would be different between a trans woman, and a cis man? What factor would be different pre-transition?
It depends on when they come out and when they transition. Honestly,
Absolutely.
like there's a lot of nuance.
Name one. You've got a trans woman who is 50. You've got a cis man who is 50. Okay.
50, 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
What would be different about their life experience that meant they did not benefit from male privilege for that entire time and would reduce their criminality to the same as women? One factor. I don't need loads, just literally one. Because I would love you to be right. Right? I have such a soft
I mean,
spot
no,
for the
I don't
trans
disagree with you on that. Is the thing. Like if you've been you have access to the same privilege and the same upbringing. You experience more distress not being out as a trans person until you're 50 years old. Like that would be a pickle for sure.
So
But I don't disagree that they would perform that they would participate in the same sexual assault statistics as men at that particular moment.
Why? What would be different if they've had the same male privilege? If they've had the same messaging given?
No, I just said I agree with you. I just explained how I agree with you.
You agree with me, but you still don't believe that the criminality would be the same. So I'm trying to understand what you feel would be different.
I literally just said that I do think it would be similar in the specific scenario that you gave me.
Okay.
I agree.
At 20 years old, do you think that would be different? 25?
Possibly. Like,
when would it be
like,
different?
The difference is when you get into like your childhood mainly. So if somebody came out and was affirmed and was given the gender affirming care that they need throughout their lifetime and specifically their childhood, then they would have been raised in society as the gender that they align with, not as the sex they were assigned at birth. Therefore, yeah, exactly.
I don't think someone like Jazz Jennings is as likely as someone like Caitlyn Jenner. But I think we can't ignore that there is a massive safeguarding risk should we assume that identifying as a woman reduces that male privilege in a way that brings down your risk to the same level as women.
Outwardly identifying as a woman when you're a trans woman, that would change things for sure, because you no longer would have like, and now we're talking post transition. So this is not me disagreeing with you. This is me building off of what we were talking about, if that makes sense. So sorry, what was I saying? So like post transition, sorry, what was I saying? God damn it. The thought might be one of those here and gone ones. I might have to give up on it. Okay, I think I've given it ample time. All right.
You've only given it a couple of seconds. Don't stress. I can't even remember what I was just saying. I get the vibe that we're all like neurodivergent, trying to make it right. So
exactly.
Don't stress. I completely forgot what my own point was. So even if you hadn't responded, I can't remember.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking about the difference when you're raised and then you were there was one thing you said. Okay, go ahead.
You said that after the point of transition it would change. So I'm curious what you feel changes. What changes enough that it removes those formative years of male privilege? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah. So if somebody is out, and that would be the first part of somebody's transition, right? We're not just talking about medical transition. The first step is to come out. The second step is social transition. The third step would be like therapy or therapy goes somewhere towards the beginning in there. And then medical care is like medical transition, gender affirming care transition would be like if you have the dysphoria and you need it, you get that. But regardless of whether you have dysphoria or how much like medical transition takes place, if you're out and you're socially transitioned, if you wear the clothes of the gender that you align with, if you grow your hair in a way that aligns with the gender, grow or cut it in a way that aligns with the gender that you align with, if you're living your day-to-day life as that gender in every way that suits you, then you're no longer perceived as a man, you're perceived as a trans woman or a woman. And you no longer have the same privileges that you had before, just like when I didn't have that male privilege prior, which I still, most of the time, I don't, because I'm not perceived as a man in person. But online I am, so I can use it sometimes to call out other men. But and I use it when I can, but post-top surgery I will be perceived as a man in person. Right. And then I will receive male privilege that it doesn't have the childhood history behind it, because I'm just now transitioning in that particular way where I will be perceived as a man, but it does hold a lot of weight and makes the responsibilities of being a man partially on me, even though I'm not even a man.
So you believe that trans women lose the male privilege that they were raised with? If I suddenly drop off, my battery's on.
Yeah.
You believe that they lose that? So
When society no longer perceives them as men, then you don't get male privilege anymore.
this surely only applies to trans women who pass,
Hold on,
right?
this is actually just problematic. There just simply
Even
is
if they
no
don't.
there simply is no
Sorry.
robust nationally representative data that definitively proves that trans women offend at higher rates than cisgender men or women in the general population. So it doesn't even matter. There isn't even any studies on this data.
It's not. No,
That
no.
are
It's not.
like
It's not.
conclusive and
It's
You
not.
can
It's
look
not.
at stats between
data.
things, but extracting
Just
data from that is just useless because it's not actually looking at the rates that people offend at. It's just looking at what population, what percentage of the population currently in prison is there for X, Y, or Z. It doesn't look at if trans people get higher rates, if they get. I would imagine that trans people might get higher sentences than even just standard males.
And Keaton,
I
I know
And a
that
number
you.
of other issues.
Sorry.
I've just looked at this data, and I've tried to find data, but there is no data. That's the
Mhm.
problem. So we can't really talk about this.
I mean,
And to
that
talk
is
about it
quite.
would be harmful.
It's quite
This it would
significant.
be
Also, really
negligent
quickly, sorry,
to talk
just
about
for
this data.
accessibility. Just for accessibility, really quickly. I know you can't like put the source on the screen without it getting like the copyright violation thing. But if there is like a link, a PMID, a article title, something like that you could share and or put on screen with like snippets that are relevant, that would be helpful for us as well. And Summer has a question. I don't know if you want to bring her back up again at some point as well.
Oh yeah.
My battery's like imminently dying, but I promise I will come back. If I drop, I'm on like 2%. So if I just disappear, I'm not being rude.
Can I accept? Okay, I can.
Well, thank you for letting us know.
Oh, don't need my camera on.
Yeah, the vast majority of studies have looked at victimization of transgender people, but there's really nothing in terms of. I can't find a single study that has actually looked at the rates of offended. It's just drawing information based off of prison stats, and that's really
Right.
bad to do.
I mean, it reflects. The 18%
No,
definitely
it
reflects.
doesn't. It
men.
doesn't. Okay, yeah, that does. But we have
So why does that-
information based off of that. We have studies that show how at what rate men offend at. We have studies.
How do you think? I agree, but how do you think it would go down if a university tried to fund the sex crime rates in trans women?
I mean, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. I mean, it's something that should
You
be
don't. You think that would
investigated.
go down? You think that would go down, right?
Do you not want further evidence or broader studies on this?
And do you not think that there's plenty of groups that would fund that study? That are
Um,
anti-trans? There's plenty of them that would love to fund that study in a heartbeat.
Yeah, so it would be viewed as
In a
anti-trans.
goddamn heartbeat. But the fun
You-
fact
so
is
you-
that they haven't funded it at all ever.
Do you think that might be because people don't actually want to villainize trans women? Because I know I don't. And
Well,
I've agreed with you.
these anti-trans organizations
Can
love to
I- can
villainize
I-
trans women. That's
can
the
I
fun
finish?
part. This
Can
is
I
what they
finish?
do. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I finish? I've just said I already agree with you that a lot of that percentage increase is I don't believe trans women commit sex crimes more than men. I don't. I believe it's probably less. But statistically, that jump from 18% to 62 is not a coincidence. It must in some way reflect, because that jump isn't the same for the
There's-
systemic racism in the US
There's too
and the
many
rates that
confounding
we
factors
arrest.
to draw it to that. There's simply too many.
But you don't deny that for cis men, only for trans women. But can you provide any mechanism of action that would change the modality of that crime?
Yes.
That would change
Yes,
what
confounding
would be the
factors. That they are prosecuted far more
no
in terms of
sorry.
society.
That's not what
that-
I heard. That's not no stop, because I know I hear you. But what I'm saying is, what would physically change? What would be the mechanism of action that would mean identifying as a woman changed your likelihood to commit male violence? How would that work? Why would it work? Because I want you to be right. I want you to be right. I don't actually
you're
want
saying
you
that they
wrong.
offend. I don't even know what you're asking at this point.
So what is the difference? what is the difference between a 30-year-old, 20-year-old, 25-year-old trans woman and cis man in terms of the male privilege that causes male violence?
That's only part of it.
No,
Yeah.
but what's the difference?
Transgender women experience male privilege.
Yeah.
Trans women do experience male privilege. Drugs work better for your body.
What supporting evidence do you have for this?
So
We just talked about this. If they're
Are
not
trans people
out,
not like the most bullied people out there? Like,
Oh,
like
I fully
honestly,
agree.
Yeah, so they can actually provide
so they
evidence
don't
for that one
experience
because-
privilege; they experience
Can
hate.
I don't disagree that trans people
guys. We
privileged
literally
for that.
just talked about the two of us, because we agree that pre coming out and transitioning at all, that person may receive, maybe is often perceived as a man, therefore they would receive that male privilege, but after they're out, anything after that, they wouldn't anymore.
So, for example, the fact that
So we agree on that, right? We agree?
I'm just going to give one example because.
Do we agree on that though?
No. Can I just give one example of why I disagree?
Oh, I thought we just agreed
No,
on
no,
that.
no. I agree with you that if you're a trans woman and you pass, then in day-to-day life,
Subjective. We can't really talk about passing. It's misinformation to like talk about like it as this black and white, you do or you don't thing. So it's really hard to talk about it in that way as well. But even if you don't pass, you're
Hold
you're
on,
gonna
and if you don't
experience
have-
a lot of this stuff.
If you
So
don't have
can I
data
answer?
supporting this, hold on. If you just don't have data supporting this, like we don't have data, it would be
I've been trying to-
negligent to draw any conclusions. Negligent.
I mean, it's not negligent for.
It is
for one
negligent.
person
You have
to
no data.
believe. I have that
There is
data,
no
and that's the
data.
best we've got.
It's the
So
best that
surely it
we've
would be
got, and
negligent.
it's not good data. So it's negligent
Right.
to draw conclusions from the data because it's not good data.
Okay, so can I finish? Can I answer someone's question, please?
So you want to cause
Which was
harm to other people
about
based off of
privilege?
negligence.
No, I
what,
don't
is
want
what
to.
causes.
What I'm saying is, at the moment, we have no reason to believe that any AMAB would commit crimes on a lower rate than any other AMAB, and until then, we have a duty to safeguard AFABs.
But then you need to substantiate that transgender women are just as equal a threat as cisgender men.
No, then trans women have to do that because it's
You're the
the
one
males telling
you're
us
the
that
one
they're
that's saying
not.
that there needs to be a safeguard against trans women. Therefore, the burden of proof is on you.
Yeah, you're
to
making the
the
claim
burden
that
of
transgender women.
The burden of proof is on the believer.
No,
The
you're
burden of proof is on the
making a claim
believer.
that
I'm not the
transgender.
believer.
You're making the claim that
I'm not the
transgender
believer.
women offend at the same rate as cisgender men, which we have no evidence to suggest. We have no evidence on what the rates of offense for transgender women are. We have no data. None. Zip. Nada.
Okay, I mean, we have the data that.
No.
I've
We
already
have
said
no
a
data.
minute
We have no
ago.
data about these rates.
You're denying it, but there.
No.
that is the
We have
only
no.
evidence
We have no
that's
data about
online.
these rates. We have the number
Sorry,
of people
I'm
who are in prison at
interrupting
the same
again
time.
because I feel like people listen when I talk sometimes, and Summer has been getting interrupted a lot.
Go ahead, Summer.
And I definitely want for her to be able to have that space. So I interrupted for you, and now I'm muting for you. Love you.
Okay, so RF, what you would have to do is substantiate that transgender women have that same level of danger that cisgender men have, and that's that prison study that you have. Why is there no broader study regarding this?
It's only looking. It was just looking at the statistics of who's currently in prison. That's all it looked at. It's
Well, and it also
it's
doesn't
just
break down
data.
what type of sex. It
Yeah.
also doesn't break down what type of sex offenses there are, and also, according to the Williams Institute, transgender women are 4 times more likely to experience violence than cisgendered counterparts. So, how are transgender women experiencing male privilege?
I'll give you just like one example to respond to that. My phone battery is literally on 1%, so if I drop, that's why. For example, every medication you take for your whole life has been tested on male rodents, which means they are more likely to work for you. That doesn't change whether you pass or not. Whether you didn't.
Then you need to provide evidence for that, because transgender men have an easier time passing than transgender women when they're on hormone replacement therapy.
Yeah, the thing too is that we just don't have evidence for that stuff, so we shouldn't talk about it. Like it's
I think this is a result of the phone being dead as well.
yeah,
So
but like it infuriates me that somebody is trying to push this idea that we have information about this stuff when we, by definition, don't. We have no evidence whatsoever. We have some studies that look at what the population is of prison, but that, you know, if somebody gets a longer sentence, they're going to be represented. They're going to stay longer in prison than other things. So like
You
people
also need
who
to substantiate the type of sex offense that's being committed, and you also have to substantiate that transgender women are the same level of danger as cisgendered men, which there is no broad study that shows that transgender women have the same level of offense rate or the same level of violence rate as cisgendered men.
and we also and there's a
exactly.
Canada
You guys are
study.
just preaching.
There's a Canada study that shows that like 80% of the people who are in so 94% of the people who are gender diverse offenders were basically had let's see. Yeah, okay, yeah. So 94 of the gender diverse offenders with sexual offense history committed their offenses while living as their biological sex, which would be male.
Meaning they would have this male privilege at the time that we're talking about.
And even according to
Sorry, go ahead.
and even according to Williams Institute, it even shows that transgender women are 4 times more likely to experience violence than their cisgender counterparts, and that gets even worse for transgender BIPOC individuals.
Also, hot people are lactose intolerant, I think, is a friendly, and I was requesting. I don't know if you want to have like a wind down time. I don't know if you want to wait for more
Yeah, I'll
off.
probably
I don't
just
know.
wind down. at
Lactose
this
is
point.
my friend.
Oh, okay. We can.
Oh, yeah?
I'll let them up for a bit at least while we wind down. Hello, friend.
Hello. I won't be long. I just wanted to come up and say hi to Summer.
Hi.
How are?
I'd like
Can
to eat
I?
ice cream. You can't.
Can
I'm
I?
27. He, him.
Can I have you prove the claim that hot plates are in fact lactose intolerant? No.
There's no study. I'm trying to get funding, but no one wants to fund me because it's not serious enough. But
I
I'm doing
mean,
my best.
I mean, if you took a
It's
hot
just
plate, submerged it in milk, I bet you would probably stop working. Go figure.
no. The thing, hot people are lactose intolerant.
Oh, I thought it said
That is my
hot.
claim.
I thought it said hot plates are lactose intolerant.
No, it says hot people are lactose intolerant, but everyone does it. It's
Hot
okay.
place, and I was like, is he gonna run with it? I'm so sorry. That was
No, but I will
hysterical.
run with the fact that hot people are lactose intolerant. It's proven. I'm doing a study on it.
I agree. I'll
I
be a
guess
part
if
of the
you
study.
submerged hot people in lactose as well, they would too drown and stop working. So.
Yeah. And I just want to applaud you for your inclusion because I think letting senior citizens speak is so important at this time. So I just
Shut
want to give you,
up.
thank you for
Oh
giving
my
Summer a
god.
platform because senior people are always struggling, and I want to advocate.
I
That's
hate
fucking wild.
Summer, it's okay. Acceptance is the first step to.
Quiet, child.
To whatever. Oh
Summer,
my
no.
goodness. That was great.
Oh
I
wait,
love
I got
Summer.
one for you.
I'm going to parties, honestly. I'm gonna
Not the
like
bottom
drop very
topping
soon.
Summer.
Ooh. There's no bottom here.
That is worthy of a
Who?
follow.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Listen, I will always. And if anyone wants to, I'm looking for funding to actually do the research to find out if hot people are actually lactose intolerant or not. So, thank you so
Kinda
much.
like how you would. I mean, I guess you could just do like a general study and like take. It's a little bit harder because.
I mean, the hotness would have to be subjective to the person themselves, how the person finds himself, and then you would have to find out if people are actually lactose intolerant. I thought about this.
By definition, it cannot be an objective study.
You
It
have
can
a
be. I don't care.
methodology. We will do our best to make the subjective objective in order to study it and understand it fully. Because I take this to be a fact. Hot people are indeed lactose intolerant. And I
Exactly.
do think it needs to be studied and proven.
I'm lactose tolerant. Wait, does that mean I'm not hot? No.
Sorry. I don't make the
You're not
rules.
part of the hot people club. We
You're,
just follow them.
you can be the exception, okay? But don't
No,
tell anyone
don't tell anyone.
because it would ruin my study.
I mean,
But
you just
between
have to show a
us,
correlation realistically at that
It
point.
doesn't say people who aren't lactose intolerant aren't hot necessarily either. I do need to point that
exactly.
out.
It's
It,
very
Just hot people are lactose intolerant.
yeah.
you
And
sound
yeah,
German.
I am German.
You are the German. Do you like to
I
drink the
am the
milk from the
German,
boot?
ja.
Das Bierboot?
Ich gehe jetzt ein Bierle trinken. Anyways, I'm gonna go. I'm going to a party.
So have
Drag
fun.
themed. I'm very excited.
Don't have too much
Are
fun, but
you
have fun.
like dressed in anything fun?
Not right now. I'm gonna get ready. I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't really have anything good to wear. But I have a juicy outfit that I'm gonna wear.
Good. As you
Sounds
And that's
should.
it.
fun.
Yeah, so I'm here. Thank you everyone. I would
Okay.
like to bow. I'm gonna bow out. I want to take this opportunity to thank my senior advisor, and by senior I mean old person named Summer. And bye everyone. Love you, Summer.
Nice to meet
Bye,
you. Bye.
lactose.
And on that bombshell, I think it's time to end.
Damn, Summer. He really just went in on you. I wonder if she's still around. Anyways, that was fun.
That was fun.
I'm glad we did this.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, 10:30 tomorrow EST.
Yeah.
That's
I
gonna
already
be fun.
forgot and then just remembered. But that'll be fun.
It will be.
If you want to hear us.
I think it would be 10:30 for you, actually.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm EST as well.
Oh.
So I'll be there.
Okay.
I also work tomorrow though, so like for like an hour and a half I won't be doing anything. Maybe like 2 hours.
Yeah.
So it just depends on how long it ends up being with just one person, at least for tomorrow to start at least. I
I
don't know
wonder
if
if
we'll
Ashland
even
can
hit
help.
that long, but oh yeah, absolutely. We should like do a three-way call and just discuss all the different ways that we can get Christium the things that she wants to discuss and that I brought up to discuss as well. That will be so fun.
I think it's
She
gonna be
was
awful for her.
she was talking about puberty blockers, correct?
That was one of the things that we were talking about.
Puberty blockers lead to poor bone health. I have sources for that already. And that
I mean,
affirming gender, about how trans people have poor outcomes, but how affirming gender leads to better outcomes.
Well,
and
yeah.
I have sources for like the cost of like things such as conversion therapy, where like the opposite leads to poor outcomes. It literally costs people more. It would be contradictory to do otherwise. And that we see just better outcomes when we even just simply socially, affirm them. So
well, if you
wow.
use purity block,
And the
What was
puberty
that, Summer?
blockers lead to poor bone health is pretty simple. It doesn't lead to poor bone health. It just leads to
Yeah.
it's stagnating, which is like go figure. When you stop puberty from
Yeah, sorry,
happening.
Keaton. Summer's trying to say something, I think,
Oh.
and I'm not able to hear what she's trying to say. Oh, now there's a loud car. Oh, and they spun out. Okay, go ahead.
so when it comes to the bone health, when it comes to puberty blockers, I think it's shown more in cisgendered individuals that have to take it for several years compared to trans people who only take it for 1 or 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, when it comes to like medical transitioning, yeah, sure, it shortens our lifespan potentially. However, that is per our volition. We understand this when we go through a risk-benefit analysis.
Yeah, I think that the
And
from
if
my
these
unders
people self-unalive, their life's going to be a lot shorter,
Yeah.
which is
yeah.
oftentimes a result of not receiving this care, which was a point I made earlier in the live as well. So, absolutely.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, I fully understand that my life expectancy is shorter because of what I'm going through. And you know what? I'm here for a good time and I'm here to be happy. I'm not here to live to 100 years old.
You're here for a good
Amen
time, not
to
a long
that.
time.
It's not immoral for me to go through like surgeries and so on and so forth. It's not immoral, and there's no moral backing. It's amoral.
I think we have this idea of like doctors shall do no harm, but like in reality that doesn't mean that we don't help people out with their things that will make them like mentally feel better. It's just
Aaron,
like,
that's a great point as well. Being neurodivergent does indeed impact your life expectancy. Like there are so many different things that can change it.
even just
And being trans and medically transitioning is just one of them, you know?
what's crazy
Well,
is
like
even when you get diagnosed as being neurodivergent changes your life expectancy. That's the crazy part to me.
Right? When
Yeah.
you know that you're neurodivergent and you get the help that you need and the accommodation that you need, your life expectancy goes back up. Whoa!
Whoa! I need to write this down. Actually, this is actually important because yeah.
There is that, but I mean, when it comes to like when we do go through this, there is a risk-benefit analysis, and because of this risk-benefit analysis, oftentimes we only tend to take care of our bodies better than what we did previously.
Absolutely, another great point for what we're talking about.
Because if you look at my lab work before I started transitioning versus now, sure, my triglycerides are a little on the high side. I just need to exercise more. That's it.
Exactly.
I wonder if it's the case that people who find out that they're trans earlier in life have different outcomes to those who find out later in
Oh,
life.
I'm sure.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like being able to take puberty blockers, which would prevent like
Exactly.
necessity for surgery. I'm not sure if there's information about this, but I wrote that down just because I think it would be interesting to look at. So I'll have some research to do.
Yes,
pretty
Astrid.
brutal.
Yeah, it would be Astrid. We have a 10:30 EST, 11:30 CST, 12 or no, I'm going backwards, I think. Yeah, 11:30 EST for sure. 9:30 CST, 8:30 MST. I don't know what. Don't ask me about anywhere else. That's all I know. But yeah, well, I don't know if we're gonna be debating Christy.
Oh, okay.
Again, yeah, we did it today, but she was on a skateboard on her way to work, and she wanted her computer and to be able to like do a dual stream thing we might end up doing, or she might just come back on like the regular live, but we'll see how it goes.
Skateboards.
It cracked me up hearing her talk about Discord.
Right.
Because she's like the least person I would expect to use.
I'll get my Discord up and yeah. Sorry, that was my Christy imitation apparently. I don't know where that voice came from. I don't like. I didn't do it for any specific reason. It's just the voice that came out of me.
I'll try to be there tomorrow to moderate the comments, by the way.
Okay, thanks.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
It would be 11 my time, right? I'm Central.
I don't know which.
Yes, 11:30. Or no. Central is 9:30.
Okay, it'll be 9:30. Got you.
Yeah, it's 1 hour.
Yeah, it's backwards from where I'm at.
Okay.
Because I'm EST like Christy is, so it's 10:30, and then CST is 9:30, and then MST is 8:30.
Oh, I hate time zones.
I know, me too.
They're so confusing.
This is why pilots just use GMT and they say screw the rest. and I agree with it.
Yeah.
It's GMT
And
just
then you go across the international date line, and it's tomorrow.
well, yeah, that's the only issue you have with it, but you don't have to adjust your time every time. Like, you don't have to. When you say that you expect to take off at one time and land at a different time, you just use the same time zone. It solves all the problem. If only we lived on a flat Earth. Well, they used to think that the time zones were universal. Like, the sun rose for everybody at the same time. Which is, like, understandable.
It's hilarious that Lactose and I have this rivalry where I just make fun of his lactose intolerance, then he just calls me a senior citizen. I'm 7 years older than him. I'm 34. I'm not senior citizen.
You absolutely are not. It was so funny though to watch you guys kind of bicker back and forth like that.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to end here. So thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
I will say though, you are technically a trans elder, but you're not
I
old.
know the life expectancy of trans women is like 37 years old, but I know.
Well, you will outlive that. I know it.
That's fucking wild.
You have
I
to
didn't
for
know it was
us.
that bad.
Yeah.
Well, there's many factors when it comes to that, but the life expectancy is increasing.
Which is good. Anyways, so I hope to see you back around sometime soon as well. Both y'all that are paneling with us.
Yeah,
Next time we're
you're
live. Well,
old.
even if it's not in the morning. Okay, thanks for being around.
Okay,
It was
bye.
fun.
Of course.
Bye.